Slow down. Slow down.
All right. Hello, folks. How's everyone doing? I am sure someone will join us. Until then, I'm just going to act like you're watching the stream at another time, like sometime in the future. So, welcome. My name is Dan Reynolds. I am a technical sound designer working at Epic Games on the Unreal audio engine development team. And this stream is an unofficial stream. The goals for these streams, the series of streams, is to encourage people to learn and to sort of explore and sort of realize that the technical side of sound design means that you can sort of build the things that you want. And my hope is that people are able to walk away from these examples inspired to, create their own systems, or to explore what they can do themselves. And the reason is because, so I used to teach. I used to teach game audio, and sound design and music production. I taught for about 5 years at a recording arts school in LA, and I had an excellent relationship with certain third-party audio engine companies. Some of them were excellent educational partners. Some of them not so much. But I was pretty adamant that the students in my curriculum would not only learn some sort of third-party audio engine, but also learn a native audio engine. And one of the things that I've sort of been dismayed as I've gone to various networking events over the last few years, especially working at Epic, and being hyper aware of sort of progress being done on improving native tools, I've sort of realized that a lot of students, especially new students who are coming out of the various recording arts schools or design schools, have a very narrow framework in their minds about what interactive audio is. And it's almost completely defined by, and this is not necessarily a fault of the institutions. Well, it's not a fault of the teachers, at least. I have noticed a lot of vocational schools, a lot of design schools don't give much time to learning game audio. But it's definitely a significant pursuit. In my curriculum, we devoted multiple courses to game audio. But that was sort of the focus. Game audio for a lot of these the curricula out there are more like add-ons to like some sort of existing audio production learning course. So it's sort of stuff it in with like post-production and stuff like that. All of that stuff deserves its own, time. So a lot of instructors lean heavily on the sort of best educational partners out there, and one of the best is obviously Audiokinetic. Audiokinetic is an excellent educational partner. If you're a teacher, you've probably experienced. They are very proactive. They're very responsive. At least that was my experience when I was teaching. Whereas other companies were not so active, either because they just didn't have the resources to devote to educational content and learning, or because they just did not prioritize it. So anyway, one of the things that I've noticed over the last few years is that many newer students sort of breaking into the industry have a very limited concept of how interactive audio works. And a big part of that is because they're using ready-made tools. Now, that's not necessarily a bad way to start out, but it's important to sort of acknowledge or realize that that is a starting point and not the end point. And so the hope is with these sessions, it'll encourage people to grow their idea of how interactive audio can work. And it's always going to be driven by goals, or like fanciful ideas. I've certainly had a concept where I'm like, whoa, what if I did this, or what if I made this kind of thing? And that's a really fun space to explore. What if I tried interactive music this way? I've never really seen it done this way. Or what if I combine these two ideas that I have seen done, but I haven't really seen them done combined? And when you are closer to the bone In a native tool set, you tend to have a little bit more flexibility in what you can actually build yourself. So that's sort of the idea. That's what I'm hoping for. So, hello, Olivier. That's great. Yep, I'm looking forward to it too. I know people are just filtering in. I'm just basically introducing the essential concepts, and I'm getting warnings that my stream bitrate is low. But hopefully we will be fine. Okay, so so this session is about building a Submix Effects Manager. That was the most voted on topic. With that said, it was not by a large majority. And that's not to say we won't get around to the other topics. It's just I'm prioritizing them by what people want. So, great. That's great to hear, Olivia. Thanks. So, what I have here as a starting point to demonstrate this, and I thought that I would at least have my alpha demonstration using the convolution reverb because it's a new feature, people are curious about it, and there are some extra details that convolution reverb introduces to an effects manager that make it a little bit more complicated. So, and we'll explore what the sort of challenges are. But what I have here is a fresh project in 4.25.3. You can see here the build ID, and it's a third-person template blueprint project. And the only thing that I've done is I've added the Paragon phase character to the project. And the reason I did this was because I wanted some demo dialogue to audition the sort of reverb. So we had some sort of source audio that we could use. This is just for prototyping. All of this stuff is accessible in the Epic launcher, so you should be able to grab it right off the launcher itself. The Paragon assets can be found under the marketplace, under the free tab, and then there's like Epic stuff, Epic game stuff, and then in there's a bunch of Paragon characters, so you can add one to an existing project. But first you have to like quote unquote buy it, even though it's free. Then it'll add it to your library, and then you can add it to your project. So that's the only other thing. If you've got other dialogue content, that's totally cool. Now, the reason I picked phase is you'll notice, and this is sort of a sort of aesthetic choice the designers made on Paragon, and it was also due to some limitations of the engine as it was back then, because Paragon was quite a few years ago. And one of those is you'll notice that all of the dialogue has some reverb baked into it. Some of the characters have more reverb than other characters. And you'll also notice they're all stereo, which I totally recommend against, but that's not my call. But nonetheless, it's some good demo lines, and we'll be able to use them. And phase was one of the ones that I noticed that had probably the least amount of reverb.
Pew pew.
So whether or not
Pulse.
any other
Here you go.
whether or not it's cringy or not is besides the point. We don't always get to choose our material or our project material, but this will be fine for our demonstrations. And the other thing that I'm bringing into the project is I have some impulses. Let me minimize this the traditional way. So I have some impulses here, and they are basically impulses that I downloaded from Simplicity a long time ago. Simplicity is a company that's no longer in operation, I think, unfortunately. Uh, but their entire premise was sampling analog or hardware reverb units. And they had a bunch of lexicon libraries that they had up there. They weren't officially branded lexicon, but they were obviously lexicon reverbs. And they made some sort of deal with Bricasti. I don't remember the exact details. You'd have to like go on the Wayback Machine to actually see the deal, but it was something like Peter, who ran Samplicity, was allowed to sample a Bricasti M7, but he wasn't allowed to sell them. I think he had to give them away for free, which was an interesting stipulation. The Bricasti made him give them away for free, and I think their idea was, hey, our reverb unit's a nonlinear reverb unit, so impulses are only going to be a shadow of the actual unit, and will, if nothing else, be a nice demo of what the unit's capable of. I think that was the idea. Anyway, I have this library, and I am not at liberty to distribute it, so you'll have to find your own impulses. Sorry, folks. If you download my live stream demo project that we made for the State of Unreal Audio 425 live stream, then you'll find a bunch of impulses that I actually recorded from my own reverb unit. I have a spring reverb that's very nice, and then I edited it and did some other stuff and sampled some synths as well, which was fun. So you can get impulses from there, or you can go to Echo Thief or a variety of other places on the internet to find impulses if you don't have your own. But I'm just going to be pulling a couple of impulses, or one or two or three from this set, and that's, I think, the only other thing that you need to know in preparation for this. So it's a fresh third-person perspective project, and I've added the Paragon assets for some dialogue so I can audition, and then I've got some impulses, and that's about it. So most everyone should be able to follow along eventually, maybe follow along later with the recorded version or something like that. That's fine. But all right, so let's get started. And I have Photoshop over here. I need to get a better way of switching between those. Okay, this is my my whiteboard, so to speak. All right, so we're going to be, let's talk about our plan here. So we're going to be making a Submix Effect Manager. And Olivier is asking some interesting questions. So Olivier, this is not a showcase of an existing feature. This is me building one from scratch, and I'm going to build it a certain way. There's many different ways that you could build a Submix Effect Manager, so this is not necessarily prescriptive, but you could just duplicate the work that I'm doing here. That'd be fine. So I hope that clarifies things. Okay, so we're going to build from scratch. We're going to build a Submix Effect Manager. And the reason is because some of the features that would be in this could be specific to your project, right? So I think what we're going to try to tackle at first are going to be sort of basic stuff. But once you have the basics, once you've sort of resolved a lot of the basic issues, then adding additional features shouldn't be too difficult, right? It's going to be just adding on. Like I said, as I just said in the last stream, this is about creating an investment in your tools, in your tool set. And if you're starting a project, let's say you're starting a game project that's like a 5-year long project or a 3-year long project, right? You've got a dev cycle coming up that's 2, 3, 4, 5 years, multiple years. Then there's no reason to not devote, some amount of time to building tools for your project. And I work on special projects team every once in a while, and when I work on those, I have months to work on them, and I always spend some time building system stuff. It's prioritized. I have to acknowledge the time constraints, but when you build the tool that fits the needs of the project, it just makes the rest of the project go faster. And that's kind of the goal. It's like you're spending time to save time, right? And what's cool is that when you begin building out tools like this, you will actually be able to port them, as you move from project to project, and reuse them, and then you're saving even more time. And every project will have individual needs and will require some sort of additional feature, and by the time it's been through a few cycles, you'll have something really robust and special on your hands. And it's not something that we could have come up with at Epic, right? It's not something that that some sort of general engine feature would necessarily serve. It's something that you've built, and it fits the way that you think about interactive audio, which is important. Okay, so all right, getting back to it. Right, we've got Submix Effect Manager. What do we want it to be able to do? Well, first of all, we want to be able to say add, remove effects. Right, that's the simple one. So I imagine we'll want some sort of maybe an asset that's like our effect chain or something, right? So maybe it's something, maybe we have something where it's like you have a zone system, or you have some sort of trigger where it's like when the player moves to a new place, or they trigger some new, some sort of trigger goes off because they've spawned into a new level, or they've transitioned into some new area. We want to be able to push some new effects chain, right? So I'm imagining some kind of maybe a data asset to help us organize these. And that way designers, because this is where we want, so let me just describe what I'm trying to do. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to think about the implementation UX, the user experience, right? So the user experience is, I want to keep it as simple as possible. I've got designers on my team. They're very creative, very intuitive, but maybe they struggle with building blueprints. And also, I don't want to have to build blueprints over and over and over again to do the same thing every time, someone moves to a new level, or, a sequence starts or something like that. So I just want a system that lets me package this data, and it lets, designers package this data in a way that's very easy to implement. So we want to keep like our minds on this implementation experience. Like, what is that like? So we know, so this is sort of like, this part is the ground up, this part is the top down, right? So like we want to keep our minds on what we need to do from the ground up and what we need it to feel like from the top down. And somewhere in the middle is going to be what we actually build, right? So, okay, so we know we want to keep it as simple as possible. Assets are a very easy way to do that because it's just like, hey, here's an asset, you know? And then you just have to fill in some data in the asset, and then the designer is able to sort of just use that and maybe plug it into something, right? Like maybe an actor. Like if we have a zone system, maybe we have a volume, right? And the volume's like a trigger. There's my 3D cube. And then maybe on the trigger there we put like our data asset on the trigger. And so then anytime the user triggers this volume, it affects this. It pushes this effect chain. We're going to have to target, the effect chain will have to target a submix, right? So one thing to keep in mind about submixes, the submix graph, let me put this on the side here. Oops, submix graph is persistent. So the submix graph is built when the engine is built. So when the audio mixer launches, the module launches with the engine, it loads up the submix graph, and the submix graph is persistent throughout the entire lifetime of the engine module. And so, and what's important to keep in mind is that, at least right now, I don't know if this is going to become a future feature, but right now, we don't have, there's no dynamic, whoops, why did I say dynamics? That's kind of cool though. Dynamic submixes, meaning you can't just create new submixes out of thin air. They have to be set up in advance. And maybe someday we'll have this feature. That would be really cool. I hope that we get something like that. But right now we don't. So that's something to keep in mind. This means that we will have a static submix graph. So all of our submixes will have to be set up in advance. Now, this seems pretty straightforward, right? We just want to push a bunch of effects onto a submix. And this is not so difficult. And that's kind of why we're sort of, our alpha example is going to be a convolution reverb. Basically we're managing convolution reverb, but it could be anything. And the reason is because convolution reverb is an interesting situation, because with convolution reverb, there's no parameter interpolation because it's sample based, right? Your impulse is basically a sample. And so you can't just interpolate between two impulse waveforms. That would be way expensive. So what we usually do when we have two samples that we need to quote unquote interpolate between is we crossfade, right? This is the sort of basic implementation. And you've probably done this in your DAW, right? Yeah, there are some parameters, right? So you look at convolution reverb. Most convolution reverbs might have something like a filter the input or filter the output. So like a high pass, low pass, or maybe some sort of EQ. They may have some sort of stereo widener or narrower or some sort of panning thing. Although panning itself is not usually that common. And they may have some sort of fade out, like an early fade out on the impulse, so you can like shrink. It like effectively makes the impulse smaller, but not quite. And then sometimes you'll see pitch up, pitch down, which is a little more complicated, and usually you don't see it on the super cheap ones, you know, like the super like bare bones ones. And then of course when you see like the super expensive convolution reverbs will have like time stretching features and stuff like that. So we have a basic convolution reverb on our hands right now. Maybe it'll expand in features in the future. I don't know. I don't know right now, at least. But so what we'll probably be doing is crossfading between presets, right? Now, crossfading suggests multiple submixes, right? So our manager will have to manage, and this is it, manage a pool or group. So we're going to need some sort of pooling mechanism, and then some sort of data asset. And the pool itself could also be data driven, but a pool requires state management, and that means a data asset's not going to be enough. We'll probably need a data blueprint. And the reason is state management requires an active, that the blueprint is actively managing and storing dynamic data, right? Dynamic data. So this will probably be an object of some kind. Hopefully an object is fine. It might have to be an actor. I've been thinking about this. And I hate to make it an actor. I hate using actors. If I don't have to use an actor, I'd rather not. Objects are the simplest blueprint form. And so if you can get away with just an object, that's the way to do it. But objects in blueprints, no tick. And a crossfade is going to require some kind of ticking mechanism. So we're going to need some sort of ticking object, unfortunately. Now, it could be that our manager is the ticking object, and it's just telling the blueprints to update themselves. We could do that. But we need to get some sort of tick there. And I also like, it's a little bit, it's a little bit of a convenience. It's not that important, but it is very convenient, and that is timeline components. Always serve us well when we're trying to do crossfades. They're very handy for crossfades, but they're not necessary. We don't necessarily need them. They're sort of a convenience feature, and so it's something to keep in mind. We'll put a question mark there. Now, anytime you see a manager, we're probably looking at ideally a subsystem. But there's currently no way to make a subsystem with blueprints only. If I were working in C++, I would make it a subsystem. But we're going to roll with blueprints this time around, so we're going to probably jump onto the game instance. And make some sort of manager object that we spawn from the game instance. So that's sort of the initial plan here. And our initial considerations. Okay, yeah. So, are there any questions from people? Timeline in C++? Ha 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 ha. Yeah. Well, you know, I mean, timeline components are very handy in blueprints. But if you're going the extra mile for C++, and this is something that we could do in blueprints as well, if you can get a tick, an update tick in C++, or an update tick in blueprints, we could create a function that just interpolates a value based on a curve input, which is sort of the handy part of a timeline component, right? The timeline component sort of convenience feature, aside from the fact that you can just be like, go, is that... Oh, no, I wasn't going to use it. No. I won't be doing anything in C++, Space Harry. Though it sometimes is tempting. When you know C++, this is the sort of catch. As if you're not super into C++ or programming, one thing that you'll find as you work with blueprints and as you learn blueprints and you learn programming, because blueprints is a very full-featured scripting language, right? It's got a lot of the same features that you would require in C++. It just has a bunch of convenience aspects to it, right? Like the visual flow diagram for some people is really important, but also little things like, you know, grabbing data from other parts of other game systems is like really easy in blueprints, whereas in C++, there's always a lot of extra legwork that you have to do in order to safely retrieve data from other parts of the game. Well, you have this posted after. I've been really hoping... Yeah, as far as I know, YouTube saves all this stuff, so we should be good there. They've archived my last one, and that was like 4 hours long, so hopefully we'll be good. Okay. So yeah, with that said, if we wanted to use timeline components, we would probably have to create an actor just for it, because a timeline component is, as far as I remember, derived from a scene component or an actor component. I think it's, yeah, scene component or actor component. And that's partly because actors have ticks, and so that's an important part of... But you know what? You can register... In C++, you can register a tick with an object. I've done that. Or at least you can register your own update with like F timers and stuff like that. Which we could look at. Although that seems like a weird hack to me. I'm just not... I feel like we could probably get... I think the smoothest implementation would be to probably have our game instance spawn a manager that is an actor. And then the actor has the tick. And then all of our data state is managed on individual objects that are then updated I think that's the way we'll go. That's what I'm feeling right now. But we could run into problems. This is sort of the part of the reason I do these streams like this is because you got to work through problems, and you have to acknowledge that building something is in itself a journey. And when you look at a lot of, like, I could have built this, right, and then just spent an hour or half an hour just walking through how I built it. But then you would have no appreciation for what it took me to get there, and it would seem like a deception. Like, to me, it's almost like a deception. Like you all would have a warped idea of what it was like to build this. Whereas here we can build it basically together, and we can make sure that that experience is worked through, and also it means that there's no prep for me. So yeah, Psionet games. That's totally cool, totally understandable. It is Sunday, so, and I imagine not everyone's going to have the time to just throw this on for like a few hours or whatever. I don't know how long it's going to take us. So, life beckons, it happens. And if life were beckoning for me, I'd be like, see y'all later, suckers. Like, so don't feel bad. Okay, so let's get this started. I think the first step will be for us to make sure we can audition. So I want to make sure that we've got like a level set up. We can audition this. And then we'll sort of take advantage of the level script as maybe a manager proxy, so we can prototype the pool. So let's start out with the pool first, because I think that when we make the pool, we'll get this sort of group object, right? And then the group object will be referenced here. So the way that I see it right now is we'll have some sort of data asset that says, okay, target this submix group for this effects chain. And then the submix group or pool mechanism, that object, will just manage whichever submix is the active one, right? Because when we have a crossfade, we're going to have an active one and at least one inactive one, and then at some point in time, both of them will be active, but one will be fading in and the other will be fading out, right? So, and that's another thing, actually, that it reminds me. Another thing is that our crossfade doesn't have to be time-based, which is an interesting idea, right? The crossfade could be based on some sort of distance parameter that's fed into the object. That's interesting. So let's start with the pool. Okay, well, first we got to set up our map, and then we will set up the pool. So, okay, so here's my level. And what I want to do is let's build a folder. This is going to be our Submix Effect Manager. We'll have a folder for all the stuff relevant to the Effect Manager. This is a good habit to get into. The last stream, I was very lazy in terms of where I put all of my stuff. I just put it in like the top content directory. But we'll make a special directory just for this object, and this will make it easier for us to port from project to project. And the other thing is I will create a directory that is my demo assets. So these are just assets that are generated or imported just for this audition session, right? Like the Submix Effect Manager should be portable, but anything relevant to this session, so like our submixes we'll put in the demo assets, our impulses we'll put in the demo assets, and any sort of sound assets that we end up using will also go in the demo assets, etc., right? But our Submix Effect Manager, that's going to be where we build our stuff. And what we can do is take advantage of our multiple content browsers. So we'll just bring up a second one and we'll just put it right next to it. Oh my god, that's so big. Okay, that's better. So one can be our demo asset land. And actually, I'm just going to pull in a third one. Why not? Use your content browsers, people. They're so handy. Okay. And this one, we will actually, let's shrink it very small, and we will make it columns. And this one, I'm just going to stick on the sounds. Because I think what we'll do is probably sort these by duration and get some of the I don't know, whatever, maybe like medium length ones, and then we'll probably just create like a sound cue that will just randomly select a bunch of these, so we get a little bit of variety. So let's see, we'll grab these 1 second to 123. We'll grab these. How many have selected? 30 selected. I think that's like the max you can make for a random. So let's give ourselves a sound cue. This will be our demo sound cue. Can I do this? That's terrible. Okay. Sorry, folks. I'm so used to working on multiple screens. It's made me lazy. Okay. Now we've got these selected. Okay. Well, I had them selected. Hold on. Here we go. Boom. Random. Multiple waves. Look at that. It's a ridiculous sound cue, but that should do.
Linked. Rude. Take a break. Whoa.
Yeah, so you can actually hear, if you pay attention, you can actually hear the reverb that's already baked into the dialogue assets.
Ha! Are we ready?
But we'll not worry about it. We'll just keep going. These were basically the driest ones I could find. At least in the few that I checked. I only checked a couple, like 3 or 4 of the characters. So we'll use that, and then I want to be able to hear. So we'll do. Let's see. We want to be able to hear it around the level. So I'm going to create a sound attenuation. This will be our demo attenuation. And if you're working on a project and you're gray boxing this inside of your actual game project, then you want to use sounds from that project. You want to use a player, character, and controller from that project, because that's going to help you audition things a little bit more smoothly. Because we're gonna do some things that maybe only feel right because of the particular distance from the camera, or that sort of thing. And so, so this is sort of like a general approach because I'm just using a template. But if this is for a project you're actively working on, you want to use that project. And you should get used to, right here, if you need to override game modes, this is the way you do it. The world settings. The world settings are any settings that are relevant to your persistent level, right? So the persistent level owns all of this data here. And these are sort of like global settings for the world, the world object. And it includes some audio stuff. But here you can override the game mode and then change things around. So if you need to like create a custom game mode for some reason, then you can do that. Or it's possible if you're working on a project that other designers have already like have some of their own gray box game modes or character controllers. So you just want to use those if you have to, you know, like, so it's worth talking to designers and asking, hey, does this already exist before I try to build it, etc. But we're going to use the third person template out of convenience. Okay, so we've got our demo queue, we've got demo attenuation, and I'm just going to make this a little bit more dramatic. We're going to go down to 100, and then we're going to make this natural. I like the natural curve. And we're going to kill the 3D spread. I don't like that for this. So we'll just go down to 0. And we'll start there. So let's make this the default attenuation for this particular sound cue. Boop. And what this does is it overrides the attenuation reference for all of these sound waves. So whatever was on them before doesn't matter because now this is going to be used. Okay, and then what I want to do is I'm going to... Okay, so we know we need at least 2 zones or something, right? So let's get rid of some of these things. We don't need this. We don't need this. Oh, we do need that. Come on. We don't need that. And let's do something like... I'm going to hold down Alt. And then I'm going to just... I hit space to rotate or to change that little widget for scaling and etc. And then I was going to scale it in. And so we've got like a little corridor. So that's a fast little zone. We got a little zone, a big zone, and a little zone. And then if I play this, I just want to make sure that I can access it. Cool. Nice. Okay, so I'm going to save this. All right. Now, what I'm going to also do is I'm going to add a sphere. I'll just put it up in the air like this. And let me see if I have... Do I have a red? I do. Very nice. And then I'm going to duplicate this like that. Oh, actually, you know what? We won't do any occlusion, so we'll just keep that. That'll be fine. And the idea is, I want to be able to hear. I want to be able to audition my sounds coming as though coming from the character object, but also audition them as though coming from someplace in space. And then if I'm feeling like it, we could also make some sort of random spawner to like spawn around the player character or the camera or something like that. But what I want to sort of test is like, okay, you know, what does it sound like for the character as they're moving around. You know, and this is one of the unfortunate things, because one of the great experiences that you can have, you know, with expressing the character's transition from like one space to another space is that Foley, man, those footsteps. And when the footsteps change, you know, and you get that satisfying shift in reverberation, it's nice. But so we want to be able to test from the player character perspective, but we also want to test from some third perspective, something consistent, so we can get a sense of like, what does it feel like to move, you know, in the space with the effect, etc. So, so we know that we need a pool, or we know that we need to do our test. We know that we're going to need to have at least 2 impulses, right? 2 impulses, and we'll just make a big one and a little one. And then we'll need at least 2 submixes, right? Which will be part of our pool, or they'll be grouped together. Okay, so let's put this content browser in here. This is where I'll build our stuff. And I'll start out with a blueprint class, and we'll try for an object first. So we'll go all classes, object. We'll see if we can get away with an object. I think if we do it right, we can get away with an object. I like that idea. And this will be our, we'll call it a submix pool. Could be a group. You can call it submix group. Whatever. And this will eventually become the parent class for a data blueprint. We know that our pool will require multiple submixes, so we'll say submixes. And we'll go submix. And what we're looking for is actually called an effect submix, and we're getting the object reference. We're going to make this public, although I'm actually wondering if that's a good idea. And then we will we'll expose this on spawn, actually. So if we dynamically create a pool, which is possible, then at least this parameter is exposed, and it's going to be an array. We're just going to have an array. Okay. All right. So what this means is that if we create a child version of this class, boop, and then we call this our convolution submix pool, something like that, right? And we open it, and we close it, and then we open it again, it's a data blueprint. Because there's no graph. And so here I can add a couple of submixes. And I'm going to create in my demo assets, I'm going to create a couple of submixes. So we'll have a submix. We'll say convolution submix A. And we'll Control W and get a convolution submix B. Oh, there. Okay. So we'll just put A in there and B in there. Okay. And actually, this is technically a demo asset, so it should be over here. All right. Something to be aware of, because this is the parent object, this is the child. This is basically an implementation. Whereas this is where this is the class definition here, and this is a sub-object that is just the data. I mean, technically, you could open up the Blueprints editor and start messing with the implementation, and maybe that's something we want to support. That's something that could be very cool for the future. But right now, we are looking to just manage a pool and keep it kind of simple. And this references specific assets that we do not want to port to our project, right? So if we want to port from project to project, we don't necessarily want to take the submixes as well, and anything that submixes reference. Okay. Cool. So now we got 2 submixes, and now we're going to need 2 convolution reverb effects. So let's grab my impulses here. And I need, oops, someone's asking a question. Sorry if I don't have a moderator this time, so is there an alternative to sound cue at this step here? Yeah, you can use sound base, which would include sound wave. That's totally fine. Yeah, so that's pretty easy. I just didn't want to like build a little random sound wave player. A sound cue is very convenient for that, but you don't have to use it. Okay, let's grab a big one. Arena. Look at big. Just don't worry. Let's just hear this real quick. Okay. Yeah, that's good. So let's import this guy. Okay, we're gonna grab the stone quarry asset, and we'll grab something small. Do we have, these are rooms, halls. Do we have a small near? Yeah. So we'll grab this hall, and then we'll also grab like a tiny drum room or something like that. Let's see, we got small rooms, drum chamber, small tiled room. Yeah, that'll be super obvious. Oh, there we go. Okay, save it. All right, so we have some impulses. Nice, that one's huge. Okay, and then we'll select all of these. Look at that, still playing. We'll select all of these. We'll create impulses, and then at this stage, I actually know that I'm probably going to want to adjust their normalization to -12. Whoops, -12. Not -12. -12. That's just something because I know because I've used these Bricasti impulses before, and I always find myself at least bringing it up to -12 instead of the default -24. And this this parameter is just the normalization of the impulse itself before it gets convolved with our signal. So the closer to 0, the louder the impulse is going to be. If you you know, if you've got a really loud impulse, then you can shrink that number, or you can bring it down to like -30 or -40 or whatever. So yeah, the sound cue is just for audition. It has nothing to do with the manager itself. It's just a way for us to audition the sound, because we're going to be we're doing an effect, right? So we want to make sure that our effect is actually working, right? So we need some sort of sound going through our submixes. And then the other thing is that because this is going to be a reverb, we're going to want to make sure that our attenuation has submix send on it. This is good for reverb sends, or any sort of time-based effect send, like delays, etc. So we're going to just statically set this up, so we can make sure that both of our submixes are referenced, and we'll just keep the default levels as they are. Linear is fine, and then save that. Okay. All right, so let's open up our level blueprint, and I'm going to just set up some number keys. So I want to be able to metabolize input into my level blueprint. So I'm going to receive input from player 0, and that will let me create some keys. So we'll say input 1. If I hit keyboard 1, keyboard 1 will play the sound on it'll spawn a sound attached to the pawn. So we'll do that. So we'll get the player character, and then we'll get root component. Actually, this is always a good idea. Just validate it. Validate it. Okay. Assuming we have a player character. If we have a player character, get its root component, and then we will spawn sound attached. And then we will attach it to the root component. Boop. And we will have auto destroy is on, and I don't care about this. This should be sufficient. And then we will select our we will just hard select our what did I call it? Demo sound cue. Okay. And then I just test this out, make sure that this works. And do I want to save it? Yeah, we'll cache it just in case. So we'll just say PC audio component. Oh, component. The reason I'm caching it is just in case garbage collection happens right away. I don't want to confuse garbage collection cleaning up some sort of, although the sound is attached to the player character, so I probably am fine. Fuck it. I'm just going to leave it like that. Okay. It's probably not an issue, but let's just make sure it works.
Great. Just a minute, but good game. Link it up.
Yep. So it works. I could technically increase the bass, the inner radius range, to make it a little bit more audible. So let's go with 500, which should encompass the camera now. So
All out. Thank you.
okay, and then I want to spawn it on that ball. So it's gonna be very similar, basically. The only difference is we'll be grabbing this ball, reference this ball, and then we'll go input 2. So when I hit 2, I will just do all of this. And I don't care if they stomp each other. I don't really care about that. That's fine with me. I'm just going to validate this. And we'll get this root component. Boom. So now when I hit 2, it should hit that ball. And it's probably my natural. Is it doing it?
Flare.
Yeah, it's the natural curve. So I'm just gonna go back to linear for now, and then that lets me shrink this a little bit, which is I prefer. And then, oh, that's why. Why don't y'all tell me this? Look at this fall off distance is 600. That's my problem right there. 6,000 is what we want. Damn, there we go. Now we're talking. Now I could probably get away with natural. There we go. I was like, that's quiet. Why is it so quiet? Okay. 1.
Good one.
Yeah, there we go. So now it's coming from the player character, and then 2.
Whoa, good game.
It's coming from the ball.
Take a break.
So this will help us audition sounds, you know, in space or from our character. That should work. And then I think the only other, maybe what I will do is also, just to make it a little bit easier, I'm actually not finding the keyboard input very handy. So we'll see if I can do input left mouse. So left mouse, and then input right mouse. By the way, this kind of stuff is, what I'm doing right now is handy because this template has like no features. Like this player to controller doesn't use the left mouse, doesn't use the right mouse. Like it's just a bare bones controller.
Are we ready?
There we go. Look at that.
Flare.
That's much easier. I like that. Okay. All right. So now we've got a space to audition in. And how are we doing on time? Where are we at? 1:15. Okay. Let me just fill up my water real quick. So now we want to think about our submix pool. And we will worry about the manager object later. First, we want to be able to push our convolution reverb. So we'll sort of work our way to the manager object, but we'll prototype in the level blueprint for now. Okay. So the submix pool, we are going to need to track. So let's jump real quick back over to Photoshop. Add a layer. Okay, so we know that we want to. Okay, our submix pool. So there are a couple of ways, but basically what we want for sure is to always have one active. So we have states. We know we have, actually let's just do this. Our states. So we have active, we know we have an inactive state. And we know we have a fade state. Right? So our submix could be active, it could be inactive, or it could be in the process of becoming active or inactive, right? Like it's fading either in or out. And the only, so I think what we should try, we should aim for first is handling 2. Well, but in the future, it could, you could imagine a situation where we actually have several in the process of fading. But, you know, from a project standpoint, you know, having multiple active convolution reverbs is not free. So the bare minimum, we know we need to handle a pool of 2. One active, one inactive, or both of them in the process of fading. So I think we will want to... I'm just thinking about the user experience, right? So the user experience, it's just an array. We could, instead of an array, we could force them to fill in, an A and B submix, right? Like from the user experience, it could be like, okay, what are your 2 submixes? That would simplify our problem space a little bit. And it would ensure we could like make sure that both of them are filled, and like error out or something like that if they're not. So that's sort of something to think about, I guess. Whether you pick an array or you just say a pool is always going to be 2, or it's always going to be 3 or something like that, right? Like force how many there have to be. But we'll shoot for 2, and we'll see if there's any value in having more than 2 when we get there. Maybe that's something we explore later. Okay. And then we need some sort of way of handling states. So it could be that we just have an index of an active, like which one's active, which one's inactive, and so, or just active, whatever one's active, and then we don't care about inactive. Inactive's everything else, or everything else is either inactive. I'm just thinking, is fade even exclusive? It could be that you're active fading, which means you're fading in, or inactive fading, which means you're fading out. So this is where state management, we can talk about this a little bit. State management you just imagine that says management is either explicit or implicit. And my experience has been implicit is usually a little easier to start out with, and explicit's a little more complicated to start out with. But implicit gets really annoying if you add features. And explicit is usually a little bit more robust, usually. So we could set up, like we could have an enum where we're like, okay, this is active, inactive, or fading in, or fading out. Or we could say that fade is just one state, and active is another state, and then just do a couple of bools. And then we would know that if it's active and fading in, or I guess this would not necessarily be a bool, would it? Because, sorry, if fade was a bool, so it's either fading or it's not fading. And if it's active and it's not fading, then it's active. If it's active and fading, then it's fading in. If it's inactive... yeah, okay, so you can see how implicit, this is implicit, gets a little bit more complicated. So let's go with explicit. Explicit will keep us honest. Okay, so we'll make an enumerator. I may regret this, but we'll see. We'll make an enumerator. So this is part of our system, so we're going to put it over on the left. And we will make an enumeration, and we'll call this our E. All enums start with E. Our E submix pool state, or something like that. And then we will add, whoops. Okay. Active. Inactive. Fading in. Fading out. I kind of don't like this, but but we're making certain assumptions. We're assuming that the submix becomes active as soon as it's fading in, right? Basically, we assume that fading in means that it's active. And if it's fading out, that is now inactive. We could have another state let's see. We could have, so yeah, I think we'll just say fading in, then it's active, then it's fading out, and then it's inactive. Yeah. Yeah. Makes me want to rearrange these. Let's do that. Yeah, so then I like this. I like this now. It's growing on me. Okay, so we'll say so I'm trying to walk this through in my brain. Let's write it down real quick. We'll go back to I keep saying PlayStation whenever I see PS. Photoshop. Right. So, just a side note here. Okay, we've got submix A. And we say, hey, submix A, here's the effects I want you to have and our fade in time. We'll go with time for right now. Here's the effects. So you say, okay. And the pool manager goes, okay, submix A. We've got a new effect on this. So we're targeting a pool. A new effect. So it says, okay, what's the current inactive one? So we'll say like right now, we'll say before this, submix B is active and submix A is inactive, right? So this means we can say it means that submix A is inaudible. It's at 0 essentially. And then we say, okay, so the pool manager goes, okay, I'm supposed to add new effects. So we'll have some sort of function that's like set new effect state or something like that. And we feed it this data, an array of effects, basically a chain, and then like the duration of fade time, of like how fast you should fade in. And then the submix, and then the submix pool will say, okay, hey, I've got an incoming effects. So we will want to we'll need to get the inactive one, active one, And then we are going to set our effects, values. So whatever this data is gets set onto our submix. And then we're going to maybe we'll flag this we'll say like flag, because it's an object, we're gonna have to flag it for for crossfading or something. We're gonna have to handle crossfading somehow. I like the idea of maybe an update. So once it's flagged for crossfading, then the manager puts it onto an update tick, and then it updates until it's done. So until it's no longer flagged for crossfading, something like that. And then we will set some timers. Set timer for, so we could have this, it could be the update function handles the state shift, right? Because we're basically saying, okay, now once we set the effects and we're ready for this, we need to have this one be flagged as fade in, and this one is fade out, right? Because what's going to happen is once submix A is faded in and submix B is faded out, we want to then mark submix A as active, and then this one, submix B, is inactive. And then when submix B is inactive, sometime later, we don't know, sometime later, so this could be a timer, or it could be the update itself just handles that. And when submix B is inactive, we're no longer flag for not crossfade. Okay, just imagine that says crossfade. And then we will want to clear inactive effects. And this could be on a timer. That's something to think about. We could put this on a timer as well, as separate timer that clears the submix, because the problem with so the way that submixes work is, if I'm remembering right, when it's zero, when its volume output is 0, it's still processing, but it no longer renders its children. So it's not rendering its children, which is good, but it is rendering its own effects. I think that's, I'm trying to remember. It's been a while since I looked at that code. So that's something we may want to consider. Clearing the effects out, because it's inaudible, and we no longer want to process. We don't want the overhead of processing. And then we want to yeah, once we're done with this, we've got new states, whatever, new state, something like that. Cool. So we've got our kind of order of operations here, which means we're going to need some sort of flag that says, "Hey, I'm ready to be crossfaded, and I'm done crossfading." Now those could be. It could be that those are fed into the manager. So it could be that it actively retains its manager object, or it could be that the manager is checking it. I like the idea of activity instead of like passive checking. Yeah, I like that idea better. Because technically our manager object is not going to have to tick except when it's told to. So I like the idea of turning that tick off. And I'm getting closer and closer to having to just bite the bullet and build that manager object, which is so far probably going to be an actor. Okay, let's see what we can get away with without doing that first. So there'll be some sort of prototype hybrid between our level blueprint. Okay, but I feel like we've got the order of operations down. We know what we need to build. Okay, so let's set up some sort of trigger for this for right now. We know we need to let's just do this at the door first. We'll just oops. Oops, there we go. We're not going to worry too much about this being an implementation method. We're just trying to get this working. So let's trigger this. So we'll have we'll do a begin overlap, and then we will validate that it's our equals get player character range. All right, and then there's double check this with a little hello print. Just make sure everything is working the way we expect. Oops. Boom. There it goes. Okay, cool. All right. Okay. And now let's get an instance of, or a reference to our object here. Pool. We'll just do test pool. Submix pool. So we're going to grab the submix pool. But what did I do in object? Let's do actually. No, this should be fine. Right. The submix pool. I think I actually need a class reference. Yep. There we go. That's what I wanted. Okay, because I need to spawn. I need to construct a new one. It's an object. Okay. So I'm just going to do that on begin play. On begin play. Oops. Begin play. Ugh. There we go. Oop. Construct new. Oop. This. Do I want... Ooh, this is a good question. Will that... Do I actually want that to spawn, expose on spawn? I think maybe no. I don't like... That's an interesting one. Okay, let's do this. We'll just take that off for now. And then we'll cache this to our convolution. Sorry, promote to variable. Okay. Now I think we want a function. Oh, if we got enums, do we want a little struct to store our submixes in? That's very tempting. But I actually want the data, so what we'll do, ooh, this is sort of, I kind of don't like this, but we'll, okay, I got an idea. What we'll do is we will have a struct, but it'll be private. So what we'll do is we'll create a struct which contains our, we'll do this, this will be, I hate the name. It's kind of a terrible name. We'll create a private struct. Submix states. Or we'll just call this the pool. There we go. Struct. Okay. Yeah. So this data is just on instantiation. So what we'll do is we'll pass this into our pool. So we'll basically build our pool off of whatever is in here. And the reason I want to do that is because we'll do submix. It allows us to pair this data together. So we want the submix reference, and then we want the state that submix is in. We need at least those two data points, and we don't want to get all mixed up with our array references. So it's easier if they're just bundled together into a single array. So this will be our effect submix object reference. And then we will add our submix struct pool, whatever I called it, submix struct. Wait, what did I call it? What did I call it? Oh, this is the struct. Sorry, I wanted our enum. Our submix pool state. Cool. And then, so now our pool, what will happen is, do we have an overload? We don't have an overload. Okay, let's do Function, we'll just call it function. And we'll do initialize. And then we will have maybe an output that's do we need a... Okay, yeah, I like this. We'll do be successful. Okay. So this will basically be, it'll only return true if we successfully initialize the submix. Because we have some conditions. We know we want more than... We know that we want more than one, or more than, you know, more than one submixes. And the submixes have to be valid. So... Otherwise, it will return false. So let's see. I think we can just do this with some bools. And then... Oh, I guess I will need a branch. So let's do this. Branch. So to keep this clean, we'll just do... local success, and we'll default this output as false. So if we fail, then it outputs false. And we just want a couple of booleans, so we know we need to say get that there. And that the length is greater than, or greater than 1. So if there might be some assumptions here, I guess. I guess technically you could have an empty index. So maybe maybe a length that's more than 1 and I kind of hate this. Okay. This is a weird thing that I normally wouldn't do. Okay. Okay. Oops. Is valid. And I don't want to make another one. This is okay. I'm spinning off here. All B, all submixes valid. Meh. Sorry, this gotta be B. Okay. So this one's a little bit weird. I didn't want to conflate local success with all submixes valid. Technically, I probably could have done it, but I think it would have been another case of implicit state. We just want to be very explicit for learning. So I'm gonna, oops, I guess I could just set that as a local Let's set this as true. And then what we'll do is basically I don't even think we need to do that. I think we could just say set. Actually, we do want to do that. I do want a branch. Sorry. So this is going to be an end. Okay. Then all submixes are valid. So here's, and then let's see. Then we go down here, and then if all submixes are valid, boop. And then here we can print, you know, error, invalid submix, or submixes, or incorrect. Let's just do invalid submix pool initialization for now. I don't know if we need anything more complicated than that. Okay, so basically what we've got here is a Boolean variable that starts out true. This one should be, sorry, this one should be false. Local success is false. All submixes valid is true. It defaults by true, and then what happens is it goes through this loop, and it says all the submixes that are referenced here, boom, 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 boom. For each, it checks if it's valid, and then if it's valid and all submixes are valid, then it sets all submixes as valid. If at any point one is not valid, this condition will fail, and we will set all submixes as not valid, or not all submixes valid. and then every subsequent loop through will fail, because this will have failed. So this basically catches the first one that's invalid, and then all the rest fail out, and then it will fail this check here and spit out an error, and local success will return false. However, if they are valid, yeah, we can do this. If they are all valid and it meets this check, then local success equals true. And let's make sure this is public. And then what we can do is we can call another function that we call like build submix pool, and we make this one private. We don't want anyone else calling this. We only want our initialization function calling this. Because what this is going to do is it's going to transfer our submixes over to the submix pool. So, boop, we call build the submix pool. So now that we're local, where everything's checked out, we can build our submix pool. And our submix pool is basically just going to be a loop through of our submix references. And then add unique. And we can even be extra sure by clearing out the submix pool first. So let's do that. Okay, and then this will ingest the submix asset, And we could start out with inactive first. So we'll treat all the submixes as inactive. And we might as well set volume, no, submix volume. What is the function? Was it called gain? Gain? No. For some reason, why did I remember a set submix send? Set external submix. What is this? Target is Submix Effect Dynamics Processor. Preset. I don't know what that is. For some reason, I thought that there was a function for the volume. Oops, submix. Oops. Set. These auto reflection getters and setters always make me a little bit nervous. I just want to make sure that there's not a function that's just for some reason not showing up in an object. That'd be annoying. Submix. Look at this. Add clear. Volume. Submix volume. Yeah, this is what I'm looking for. This function. Why this dynamic volume? Why is it not showing up in my object? Can I paste it? What's going to happen when I paste it in here? Oh. One or more nodes, copied nodes, cannot be pasted. Cannot be pasted in an object. I wonder why. Probably because it needs a U world. Ooh, that's probably it. Ooh. Why doesn't it just give me a world context object? That's annoying. Well, there's our answer. Oh, this is painful. Okay, so this means that an object is not going to suffice, or I'm going to have to delegate out of the object. Okay. Let me make a note of this, because that just seems silly. This will be feedback. Feedback for Aaron. This is one of those cases where, like, you know, if you're working on a, it seems sort of, it's a minor thing. This is a super minor thing, but it's one of those little finicky things where it's like, if you're working on a project I mean, you had programming skills or you had programming support, then it'd be easy to change this function and probably make it accessible to UObjects, but or even just implement it in code. But because the sort of stipulation of this session is to be in blueprints, okay, let's do feedback. Set output volume on submixes is not UObject accessible. Like, I could probably this is probably something that Aaron doesn't even know. I didn't even know about. When he created this function, he probably didn't realize that UObjects wouldn't be able to access it, because in code, UObjects can access it. But these are sort of like bumpers that maybe still going to work, just function specifier. I don't think that I can even access the function, to be honest with you. I mean, I guess I could wrap the function, maybe, in like I don't even see what category it was listed in, because obviously I'm not finding it here. I need a component. I think the problem is that it's the function require. I would have to look at the function signature itself, but oops, or was it called set submix output volume? Reference. Well, that sort of thing is that they, I mean, maybe, I mean, we'd have to. This is like a derivation. I don't even know what where that function is located, to be honest with you. Okay. This is me exploring game tags. Okay. Let's see. Submix. Is there a submix function library? No. What is it? It targets. Target is effect submix, so it's probably just in the effect submix. Probably this. No. This is the proxy object on the mixer. Well, there's the preset. This is sorry. This is a sound. This is the effect. The Submix effect. Let's see. Here we go. Yeah, world context object. I might be able to wrap it in a function library. Let's see if I can let's see if I can wrap it. Let's just see if I can. You have to override the getWorld method to get access. I mean, I don't want to make any code changes. It's sort of the rule of this session is that there's no code, so we got to be able to do it in blueprints. And if I have to, I'll build it in an actor that has a world context. But this is sort of actually a good opportunity to discuss this, what we're talking about here. I actually don't think that it should does require a world. Does it? Is it by world? Yeah, I think it's just engine module. I think that then make an actor component out of it. No, yeah, I mean, yeah, of course, Matthias. I just want to, I was just trying to use an object. We can use an actor component, but let's just see if we can wrap it in a function library. Let's just see if it's possible. I don't even know. Maybe it is. Okay. We don't care what it's called. Submix. Okay. Let's let's just. Okay, hold on there, cowboy. Okay. Let's just see what we can get away with here. Let's just see what we can get away with. Let me do it. I hate this. Yeah, well, maybe I'll try output. No. Damn it. Okay. I guess we haven't gotten very far. I don't want to make an actor component. I mean, if we're going to go full actor, then we might as well just fucking go full actor. I mean, actor component. I mean, could we do that? I guess we could do an actor component. I don't like that idea. Yeah, I'm not hot on that idea. Let's actor component. I mean, an actor component is more lightweight than a scene component. I appreciate that. Absolutely. If our manager class is an actor anyway, then I could see an actor component. Let's see what we even have access to here. Okay, we've got a tick. So I guess the benefit, so once we have an actor component, then we don't need an actor. That's sort of the irony of it, right? Because we don't need a manager object that ticks if our actor component ticks, right? So yeah, that makes me sad. What's frustrating is that this is where I definitely recommend dipping into C++, because you'll just run into weird things like this. And you'll be like, why is it like that? And then the reasoning is a very long-winded example, and it's probably good reasoning, or it was good reasoning, and then whatever. But I would rather be able to feed it a world context object. Ah, that's it. Let's try that. Let's just see if. Okay, let's just see if. Okay, the submix itself should act as a world context object, but whatever. Let's just say I have a world. I don't have a world. Okay, I can't have a world. The object has its... Okay. No, can you do this in Blueprint Function Library? I don't think that I can... I don't know, maybe... Get... let's just see if we've got world. Context. Let's just take this off. Let's see what we got. Nothing. Move up world. Get world alignment. Get world? What is this for? Value variable world pointer assigned on setup. I don't know what capture protocol is. That makes me nervous. We can go back to that. Get world size. Move up world. World offsets. Transforms. Get world settings. Yeah, I mean, well, that's exactly right. Space Harry. All right, it is. These are things that we will be able to grab. It would be, you know, in code you can do this, but I think we're going to have to just upgrade our submix pool object to something that inherently has a world, like an actor, or as Matthias suggested, an actor component. The thing is, if we've got an actor component, like I mentioned, if we've got an actor component, then we've got a tick, and if we've got a tick, then we don't need an actor for the manager, because the manager is just like an overhead, right? So maybe that's what we do. We go with an actor component, but what do we attach it to, I guess, is the question. Because that's sort of... I don't think you can attach an actor component to a level. Maybe you can. Let's just try this. Pool component. We'll just see if it's even... add pool component. Create something with root. Maybe. It seems like it's not what actor object reference. So it requires an actor object reference. And I don't think that's gonna work. I think that's gonna spit out a warning. And we could see. Let's just see what happens. Event begin play. Boom. Temp component. Is the level an actor? I've never looked at a level. Matthias, is that what you're saying? This? We'll just see if it freaks out or not. And freak out. Yeah. Space Harry is confirming levels based off an actor. It kind of freaks me out, you know. It's an actor? Oh my gosh. That's freaking me out. All right. Okay. So if that's the case, then we can do... Then we can pool objects can... So let's switch over to an actor component. We'll switch over to an actor component. Can pass... Wait, what did he say? Can pass world when spawning object. I mean, that's not the problem. I mean, this... So if we looked at the object script, right? I have a reference to a submix. The submix has a world reference, it has a world context, because it's an object, right? So yes, the object you pass. This is what sort of bugs me about this, because object, yes, you can pass the world context. You can pass a world context when spawning an object, yes, and I can add object variables in here that require world context, right? So why am I barred from adding the function to the graph? You know what I mean? Like this should serve as the world context. But if not, then at the very minimum, the something, I should be able to pass something. I should be able to have a little world contexts input pin, huh? Where do you spawn submix pool? Well, like I said, look, right now we're spawning it in the level, right? But we can spawn it anywhere. That's not the problem. This adding the outer self should give it context, or at the very least, I should be able to arbitrarily attempt to provide context. You know what I'm saying? Like, I should be able to put the function like this, like the function libraries do this, right? Why not? Why don't I get this? This is the version of the function I want. Let me explicitly say which world. I am fine with that. You know what I mean? Huh? Cannot pass world context as spawn parameter. What I'm saying is it shouldn't matter. What I'm saying is that when we're in an object graph, it should just give me this version of the U function, right? And then the U function should just automatically add the world context object pin. And then it should let me arbitrarily feed it a world context, because then I can add on input, a spawn on input on the submix pool object. I can add world context and then have the spawner add the world context, right? Like, I should be able to pass that down. The fact that it just won't even let me place the graph is just annoying. And yeah, whatever. So we're gonna work around it. This is what we do. This is what happens, right? Sometimes you run into barriers and you're just gonna have to work around it. And you have a little rant session, and then you tell the blueprint programmer, at least I do, and then he's like, meh. And gives me whatever reason to not do that and whatever. So yeah, we'll go with Matthias's version. We'll do an actor component. It's an actor component. We'll have tick, so the pools will handle their own update, so they don't have to delegate out a crossfade. That's handy. That's nice, right? So we can just do it ourselves. They'll handle their own tick, so they'll turn the tick on and off when we need to. That's easier. So that's simplified that problem. That's good. Then we can, in our demo, we need a demo game instance. In our demo instance, what do we got for overrides? Init, shut down. shut down. Okay. We'll get those functions. And then can we get world from the game instance? That's interesting. Get current level name. I hate that. You can create an empty BP library. This is what I just tried to do. You can create a child blueprint of that, but I don't think that has a good... No. The problem is I couldn't... Well, again, we're trying not to do code, right? So I made a function library in blueprints and attempted a wrapper function, but it didn't take because the wrapper function didn't show up either. I just explained this to you. I said we tried that. I'm misunderstanding then. You can create an empty BP library, and then you can create a child blueprint of that. I'm not sure what you're saying. This is the library. This is the function library, right? There's the function we want to wrap. So we've created a new function that wraps this function, right? And then when we're in our object, create a child BP of test wrap. Okay. Is that going to suddenly work? That's going to freak me out if it works. I mean, it's not showing up. Yeah, it's not showing up. So the function doesn't show up. It doesn't matter how many children we make. What'd you say, Cyanic Games? And you're referring to what? You can use the child BP as your new pool class. What? We don't need a function library. No. Our pool class can't be a function library. It has to retain state. So our pool class has to be an object because it has to store local state. It would freak me out if it worked too. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, if I was building this in C++, then I would just add it, right? It's not a big deal. But for whatever reason, we're sort of stuck with this. So we'll do it as an actor component. We're not worried about these function libraries. We're not just trying to get functions. We don't care about that. We're trying to actually get a thing that's a little state pool. Huh? You can create instances of it's a function library, Matthias. It has no local state. You can't store data on a function library. It's really scary? What do you mean it's really scary? You can create instances of... You mean of a function library? Man, that's kind of weird. I mean, I think a function library... I don't remember. It's probably a UObject derived object, but a blueprint function library doesn't let me store any data on it, right? Like, it's just I get local variables. We're going down a black hole, Matthias. I don't think this is helpful direction. What are you talking about? It behaves like a normal BP class if you construct a function library, but I can't define any local data. Like, is we need object-oriented programming. This is not functional programming. Like, we need to be able to store data on this object, and I can't define data storage on this object. I don't think it's a bug. I think it's intentional. I think they've removed that from being accessible. I think they don't. I think that's exactly what they don't want you to do. It's sort of a problem of everything being derived from UObject, right? Like, everything's derived from UObject. And so, as a consequence, there's... Yeah, but local data doesn't help me because I need to store it across function, like, calls. I mean, then... The function library child was also a function library, so... I don't know what... It's not suddenly an object. So the implementation of the blueprint graph is the same. Right? It's also a function library. Oh, fuck. Okay, you're right. It's bizarre, dude. I don't like this. That freaks me out. That feels hacky. Now that freaked me out, Matthias. You freaked me out. It's not right. Oh, it's so wrong. That's so wrong. Oh no! It became an object! Matthias, it became an object. I don't have access to that function. Oh my god. That is very hacky. So if we did this, let's just see. What was it called? God, this is the worst. Oh, that's scary. That's terrifying, Matthias. It's terrifying. This is... Oh my god. Yeah, that's freaky. I mean, it works. But it's wrong. It's... Oh, what is this? Must have a connection. What am I missing? Because add graph2 is a static function. I can't call it. I can't call the parent function. So it looked like a hack, and then they got us in the end. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Well, it was an interesting dalliance down the... I'm sorry, this is horrible. Okay, it's fine. All we'll do is we'll just transfer the sort of existing stuff. We're so early on in this implementation. This is a total. So this is another thing. This is another reason why I like doing this live instead of doing it beforehand. Is because this exact kind of thing happens all the time, where you're like, I think I can do it this way. Let's try it, and then you learn, oh, I can't do it the way that I wanted to do it, and so you have to shift gears, and that's just part of it, right? That's just part of it. So, you know, we've got two functions. Like, we're not even far along in this process, right? We've got two functions. They're relatively small functions. Like, there's hardly anything going on here. Oops. Right? And this is even, like, just partially built because we were, like, in the middle of it. I was like... Because in the middle of it, I was like, oh, they're inactive. It's being initialized. Let's set all the submixes at 0 gain output. And and then we learned that we couldn't do that. And so, you know, and that's something that I'm going to make a note. You know, I'm not going to argue with the Blueprints team about, you know, UObjects and stuff like that. But what I can talk to Aaron about is maybe seeing if we can get a function that we can call from an object class that just says, hey, give me your world context or else this isn't going to work. You know, like just something along those lines. And because we should be able to feed it a world context. I mean, it's exactly like Space Harry was saying. Like, we can make that as a part of the pool construction process and just say, give me your world context, and then error out if a valid world context is not provided, and then you know, and then forward that into whatever other function we want to, because we have the same problem. We actually had the same problem if we want to play a sound, right? Like in an object, play a sound, we can't feed it the component. We have to feed it something else, right? And this function actually requires, I mean, it's part of the gameplay statics, but this function does require a world context, right? So, you know, and maybe, how about get outer object in UObject? Well, that's interesting. Get outer. And then try to, what is this? And then, I think, well, I don't think that it's gonna, Submix output. Yeah. I think it's I think the reason is that it's preventing me from even putting in this graph. And so this would only be useful if we had an outer object that I could request, like I call a function on to do this for me. But that's not what we want to do. I think we're just going. I think we're just going to have to resign ourselves to using an actor component, like Matthias said, and then just having everything sort of internally managed, and the actor component can live on the fuck it. We'll just say the manager's an actor too. I hate that, but the manager's an actor, and then the actor component can just live on the manager. Yeah, I think that's kind of what we're sort of stuck with, and that's just, and like I said, we can look at later on, seeing if we can get this function accessible in other parts of the code base as a static function or some sort of function library wrapper or something like that, something in code. But you know, it's just UObjects. That's what we got. That's what we're working with. All right, so all right, what do we got for overrides? End play. That's interesting. That's actually kind of cool. I'm going to put it on there. I don't know if I'm going to use it, but I like that it's there. Okay. So because we have begin play, we can actually call our own initialization function. We will want a submix pool. Effect submix. Oh. Classic. Soon as we shift gears. It's in Slate, too. Slate. Damn you, Slate. For anyone who doesn't know, Slate is the UI. It's just the UI framework. So, yeah, sure. Open them, see what happens. Okay. So it didn't like me making that an array for some reason. It's a weird bug. Okay. All right, and then our submix pool, which is private, and this will be pool struct. We'll make it private. Cyanide Games, it might. Oh, that's interesting, Matthias. I've never done that. I've never done that before. How is that? Is it part of the class settings? Oh, yeah, there you go. Actor component. Let's see if it freaks. See if it freaks out. Yeah, I'm there. All right, cool. Works. Thank you, Matthias. That was handy. I think we'll try just force deleting and see if it freaks out. Okay. Okay. Back on track. All right. So now what we wanted to do, we just want to set the submix output volume to 0. That's all we wanted to do. And build should be a private function, but I am going to add an extra layer of protection. Whilst we do only call build, once we've validated all our submixes, it's possible to call build someplace else inside of this object, and I don't want to mess around with it. And so what we're going to do is we're just going to, again, validate. You know, if you trust the world and things, then you could avoid it. You could just say, you know, throw caution to the wind. But I'm going to do it. All right, so we're setting all the submixes as inactive, all the submixes as an initialization procedure, and then setting all of their output volumes to 0, right? And then what we will do is we will want to set want to set the submix. How much? I'm trying to think of our update. So on our update tick, we're going to have fades where they're going to interpolate a float value, which is basically this, right? So when it's fading something in, when it's fading something out, we're going to be interpolating the float value, which is our output volume on the submix. And this is going to be when we have a submix that is of fade in state or fade out state. So we'll need a duration. Okay, we're going to need a timestamp. We're going to need a duration. We're going to interpret timestamps in relative time. So we can easily debug it because absolute time is horrible. Okay, where was we've lost? We spent so much time talking about UObjects that we've forgotten what our steps were. At least I did. Okay. So we're gonna need a function for setting new effects, which suggests we will need possibly a struct that wraps this effects package, this data package. Because what's going to happen is we're going to have our manager object. Boom. We're going to be saying, hey, manager object, here's the new submix pool state for this submix pool. All the manager object is going to have a map of all of our pool objects. So we're starting to think more about management, but I don't want to get too heavy into the manager right now. Manager. We're going to have a pool map, which is basically all of the... Do we need a map? Maybe? Map? Question mark. And I don't remember if we need associated data. We have the pool and then the effect. Oops. Data. Oops, data. Or maybe we don't care about that. Maybe the manager object is even simpler than this. Maybe the manager object is just... We got to think about our implementation UI. So our UX is some sort of data reference or a blueprint, a data blueprint reference on things like triggers for zone changes or some sort of blueprint API, and that goes to the manager. And the manager just has the pools as a unique, as a set, maybe. Just a set. A pool set. Oops, pool set. And then it just goes and retrieves the relevant pool set, and if it doesn't exist, then it creates it. Right? Because yeah, that seems reasonable. And then because it's not doing anything else except just passing data in and out of it, And maybe it can do some sort of debug shit if we needed to, which would be cool and useful. So most of our work is in the manager object. And I'm still on the fence about supporting more than 2 submixes right now. Okay. 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 So we need a... what did I say? We get effects. So our process is going to be getting the inactive. Let's get the okay. This is why I have to think about this, I guess. So we could do get last inactive. Let's see, would that work? No, that's kind of terrible. I could store a reference to the last inactive. I don't like that idea either. I guess it doesn't matter. It could be the topmost inactive. I forgot, did I add a 5th state? Where are my states? Did I add a 5th one? No. I was thinking about adding one that's like cleared out the submix. Yeah, adding anything is gonna make it more complicated. So I think we'll just rotate. So we'll just do active index. And then we'll make it an integer. So what we'll do is we'll do a rotating, like a round robin. And so every time we get a new active, set a new active one, we're going to increment the index. And yeah, we'll have state that can go between, because we can be fade in, we can be active, we can be fade out, we can be inactive. And we can go, by default, we go from fade in to active, but we can also go fade in to fade out. If we get new input while it's fading in, right? Because this is basically a lump here. And if we're fading out, we're sort of in trouble if we're fading out and we need the fade out one to be active. But we could do fade in, and then but the problem is setting the new effects while it's still audible. That's sort of the pain point. I guess that's where, if you've got very long fades, or if you have asymmetrical fades, then yeah. So this fade in time would be part of the local design data. Interesting. Okay. So the only concern that I have is needing to go fade in from fade out. Because we actually set the data before fade in. And if we're fading out, then we need to either interrupt it and then set it or speed up the fade or something like that. That's an interesting thought. Okay. Let's see. We're going to need fade in time. Do we want to be separate? Maybe we just do fade time. We'll start with fade time and see what that gets us. I'm trying to think of edge cases, and it's probably a bad idea because we could probably just... maybe I should call this duration so it's not confused. We got fade duration. And then we could do effect transition start time. These are all private. We need these all private. Private, private, effect transition end time. I don't even... Actually, I don't need if I need... I don't need this. I don't need the end time. We're fine there. Okay. And then we'll do... we'll do update fades. And this will be a private function. And we're going to have Submix Effect reference. We'll go fade in, submix, and then fade out, submix, fade out, submix. And then, okay, we're gonna set the volume. Okay, and then what we'll do is we need a local oh, this actually should be, oh, we may want a local variable, but I'm going to have current fade duration. It's private. We don't want anyone else touching that. Okay. And then a stretch goal will be adding a curve to interpret the time value, but I think for right now we'll just do a linear fade and or linear interpolation, and I guess I could use a function for that, huh? Fucking let's do it. I usually build them, but why not, man? Why not? Okay, and then the current fade duration is this plus then what am I looking at here? Bum, 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 bum. No, I don't. I mean, I guess I could just do it like this. So we'll do X. Okay, fade in. Oops. Hey, Maisie. How's it going? We're just doing math. Okay, so this is just a simple linear fade, which is to suggest that it's just a line. And if you were to graph it on a graphing graph, and what we're doing is we're taking the fade in submix, and we're taking the current fade duration, so that's however long we have been fading, and we're dividing it by our fade duration. And this is where we get like scary, like we just want to make sure that, you know, we have something reasonable here. This is where you hope the user has put a value that is not 0. It looks complicated for a linear fade. I mean, we don't, this will be user defined. Fade duration will be user defined. Current fade duration is an incrementing value that we have. Every time we update, we actually want to make sure this is sort of this one makes me a little bit nervous, just because it's possible, depending on where we put this, that it doesn't get updated with the frequency of a world delta, in which case we would fall short of our final goal. But hopefully we do this right, and it will. So that's just a gotcha, something to think about. But basically, we're just incrementing our current fade duration by however the world delta is like the frame. So like however long the frame was, and then we are setting that to a new value. Boom. And then whatever our new current fade duration is, we divide it by the total fade duration, right? Whatever that should be. And the only thing that I'm doing here is protecting us from zeros. So if someone puts 0 in here, then oh, and that's something we can protect against too, is we can make sure that this doesn't go over 0. So we can do clamp. Oops. Now we'll do a clamp here. Oh, I guess I could do a minimum. Let's do a min. I like that. Although, could we do negative values? Is that possible? Hopefully not. We're just doing addition here. Although this could overshoot. So we'll do, yeah, we'll clamp it. Oops, and this one was here. Boop. Yeah, good. Yeah, we have volume now. So, oops. Is the world delta in seconds? Yes, the world delta is in seconds. Thankfully, they've put it as part of the function title. But yeah, it comes in as seconds, and it's usually something like, 0.01 or 0.01 something or something like that, depending on your frame rate. And then, and hopefully it will be a little smooth. That's what we're hoping for. Hopefully it won't get chunky. This is sort of the danger of doing this sort of this kind of stuff on the game thread, is like suddenly your game gets chunky and you're like, hey, my audio fade isn't smooth. Well, yeah. But you need to focus on your like game performance first. Oh, that's awesome, Maisie. That's really cool. Yeah, I mean, I've used Unity before. I worked on a couple of Unity games, and I like C# more than JavaScript. But there are some things that I mean, everything's got their gotchas, I guess. We ran into a funky thing where we just started ranting and complaining about Unreal. So it happens. Okay, and then I think what we want is an output that says, hey, we're done. Let's go B, fade, done. And so our output node, boop, right here. Bump. And we'll just do a little if our let's do this, float is greater than or equal to float, and we will do if our current fade duration is greater than or equal to our fade duration, then we say, hey, you are done fading. We are done with our crossfade. And then this function will return true. Yeah, that should be good. I've been on like 8 years of Unity now. Yeah, but I just started working on something in Unreal. Cool. Yeah, blueprints are a lot of... I like blueprints. I find blueprints, for the most part, enjoyable. But C++ is a little bit... You get a little more... You can do things that you can't do in blueprints. But it's not as pretty looking. You can do linear fades just in sound cues. Right. Yes, but we're not fading sounds. We're actually fading our submixes. So we've got two parallel effects submixes, and we're fading one in and fading one out. And we're actually just making a function to do that for us, based off of some data we set. This allows you to access more. Yeah, I mean, what we can do is we can run this. If we want to, we can run the output of this parameter through another function or a curve, and then we can get some, cooler. We can get interesting curve fades and stuff like that if we want to, and we can do that. And if we get time, then we will do that. But this is where that would happen right here, because we've got an output of 0 to 1, and then we would just interpret that 0 to 1 output through a curve. And that would be pretty easy to do. Okay. And then, right. So let's get where we are at. Okay, right. So this is update fades is private. We've made that private. Private, initialize public. Okay. And initialize, we can actually make private, because now we're an actor component, and we can just initialize off of our begin play. So let's override begin play. and we'll call initialize, and then we'll just branch. If it's unsuccessful, we'll print, you know, error, submix pool failed to initialize. And we could probably put something more useful there later on, but that's a good start. Okay, once we've initialized, we have filled our submix pool, and then we can set our first active. Well, hold on a second. Do we want to set anything until someone tries to set something? I think we should wait until someone tries to set some of our effects data. So I think what we'll do is we need that function next. So our next function is going to be setting an effects data, and then active index will default to 0, which is fine, I think. Or let's default it to -1. -1 is sometimes used as index none, and we're going to be doing a rotation of our submix pool, and so we'll just be taking the next one down the line as the next active one, the next active one, and the next active one, and so on. And what this means is that when we initialize, it will be -1, but once we start using it, it will never go below 0. Because we'll be using a mod function as the wraparound. We need our data. We need to sort of more clearly define what our data looks like, our data package, because we're going to pass that in with a function. So let's just create that function real quick, and we'll just call it set effect state. And then we'll just close this for now, and we'll grab, this is our pool data. We'll need a new struct. Blueprint structure, and we'll call this our submix pool effect state, or submix pool effects, or something like that. Maybe I think actually submix pool effects. I like that better. Hopefully it won't. Yeah. There we go. And then we want to reference a submix pool. This should be a submix pool. Class reference. Yeah. So we'll do that submix pool. And then we need an effect chain. I don't remember if that is an actual variable. Let's just see. Submix effect chain. No. So I think we'll do submix effect sound submix effect preset. I think we can just do this. And then we'll make it an array. The chain is assumed. Submix effect chain. And trying to think. Oh, what else do we need on our data? We were looking at our data. Oh, fade time, right? Of course, which is what we were just looking at. Okay. So fade time in seconds. And not an array, but there you go. So that's what our data looks like. That's not bad. And I like this because we're not going to duplicate our pools, because we're just going to basically target our submix, like for example, in this case, we're going to be targeting our convolution submix pool, and then we're going to be setting our effects, and then how long we want it to take to fade in after setting the effects, and how long we want the current pool or the currently active one to fade out. And then this little struct will be part of our API for interacting with the manager. So in our submix pool, going back there, our set effect state will be a public function that our manager can call, and it will have our effect. What did I call it? Effect. So we'll just call it effect state, and then submix pool effects. Yeah, and then this will give us the pool. Presumably, this one we can ignore. Presumably, this will have been selected by the manager. This will have been used to select by the manager. And that's where we could potentially have our map. Because I did say maybe a map. But a set is fine too. I think we can probably just loop through the set. I don't like to do it at cast. It just seems a little finicky to me. But we'll see. Okay. But it's just easier to pass this chunk in. And then what we'll do is, whenever we set the effect state, I think we can safely increment our index. Actually, let's just do it as a let's do it safely, but we'll do it like this. We'll go, yeah, okay. We will do as a set. We'll do set, and we'll take the current value. We will increment it 1, and then we will mod by the last index. Last index or length? Hold on. If it's 2, it's the remainder, so we'll do length. So the length of this submix pool, if this is 2 submixes on it, the length of this submix pool is 2. And what a mod does is it will divide your input by, in this case, 2, let's say. So this will be, say, 0, and then it'll be divide 0 by 2. What is the remainder? And the remainder will be either 0 or 1. And then when this is 1, it will say divide by 2, there's a remainder of 1. So this will output 1. And then when this is 2, it'll divide by 2, and then the output remainder will be 0. And then we'll be, essentially this will rotate. Well, I'll just do this. Rotate pool. Okay. Let's give it a cool color. Yeah. All right, so now we're rotating our pool. I think I want to set, before I increment, I think we need to set the last active index as fading out. So before we increment, we'll know the index of the last one. And if that's a valid index, okay. So is valid index. Because right, we're default at -1. If -1 is our input here, it will say no. Branch. Either way, we will move on. But if this is a valid index, and actually let me move everything up here. If this is a valid index, then what we will do is I'll just grab it again. We will set element. Just make sure there's nothing that I would prefer to use. Yeah, okay. Okay. This is a little bit of a... I guess this is what I get for pairing my data together. So, I'm just making sure that it's valid. If it's valid, then I'm breaking it out, and I'm saying, okay, set you as fading out. If it's invalid, then it will ignore this. And then it just sets the array element. Should just assigns the item to that array element. That should be fine. And I think we shouldn't have to size to fit. I think if we have to size it, then we're in trouble. This is my feeling. If we have to size it, we're in trouble. Okay. Now we're ready to do their math. And if we didn't, we would do the math anyway. Yeah. Okay. So this is basically, what this is doing is just saying, okay, we're about to increment our active index, and we just want to take the current active index and make it, let's mark it for fading out. And when it's a fade out, then then we can I'm not 100% sure I like this data pairing now that we're getting into it, but but we just want to mark this submix as fading out. And yeah, and then it will increment. So then we have a new one, and that one we'll want to mark as fading in. So it's basically this entire function. So this is where, once I have to do this more than once, then I want to make a function. So I think the only thing is I want to, I guess I could do this. Whoops. Flying off to the side. I'm going to put a reroute node here. And then I think that's probably fine. So this will be if I do this? Let's do this. This will be our function. So we'll collapse to function. Look at that member variable. And then we'll just do mark active submix state. And then we'll make this private. This is a very private function. What don't you like? What are you complaining about? Oh yeah, well of course. So we're gonna do this. And then you will go directly here. This is... Let's break that. And then you will go here. Wait. Yeah, you'll go here. You will go here. Like that. And then this we will delete. And we will rename this to something better. State. And this should work. So we just double check that. We go in. I should have kept the branch in there. Now that I think about it. We'll do this. Branch. Yeah. I mean, we want to know anyway, so. We could have done it as a macro, I guess, but this will be fine. Okay. So, it's a little messy, but I guess we don't really need... Damn. I guess we don't need this branch. It will guess... I guess it will just silently fail. Yeah. This is basically what we had before. Okay. All right, so this, we're fading out the current one. And then we're fading in the current one. Aha! Right? Because the yeah, let's bring these together a little bit better. So basically, right here, we can kill this for now. Okay, so when we first call the function, boom, we get the effect state in, then we mark the current effect submix as fading out, so the current active one. Then we will increment our active index, and then we set the current one to fading in. So this lets us essentially, you know, so if our index is, and if the index is invalid, then it silently fails, which we may or may not like. We can visit that if there's problems that arise, but that's something to make note of. And then, so if for some reason our incrementer goes out of bounds, which would be problematic, then, or someone emptied this, you know, this was like the submix pool was emptied out for some reason, then we might run into some weird problems, and that's something to be aware of, that it won't show up here. And then we increment. And then we have a new active index, and then we set that as fading in. So we're fading out and fading in, and presumably, hopefully, if we've done our state correctly, we don't have any other active ones. Because this one could have been fading in, right? It could have been fading in. And this one could have been fading out, and we interrupted it with a new effect input, which is hopefully something that doesn't happen, but it's possible. And all right, so now we're where we want to tick. Now we're ready to tick. Set tick. Whoops, tick. Tick. Set component tick enabled. And it's this. Self. So we're turning on our tick. And that means we can turn off our tick by default, which is handy. And so once we start ticking, then we can start updating. And that's where we can go. Tick. And we can call our update fades, because we're only ticking when we are fading, and then when we're done fading, we stop ticking. So when the fade is done, branch, we will. Do we have a delay? Sweet. We'll give it a 1 frame buffer delay, and then we'll turn the tick off. Enable tick. Enable false. I think that should do it. Do we need to gate that? I hate using do onces, but I'm just gonna. What is that? I'm just gonna put it in there. I kind of hate it, but I think that should work. Okay. That should work. I think that should work. And now we just need to get which fades which is our fade in submix and which is our fade out submix. Yeah. I guess I could get that data from here. Or from here. Okay, let's do that. Yeah, we'll do it this way. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so get get so we'll add fade in submix, and it will be an effect submix object, and this will be private, and then we will duplicate this and do a fade out submix. This might be a little finicky. I'm not super hot about this, but could be worse. So just make one of our blueprint stacks here. And then do the same for here. Except this will be the fade in submix. And then this should be the fade out submix. Why didn't you tell me I was doing that? You gotta keep me honest. Okay. Yep. And so I'm gonna give this a nice orange hue. Marking fade in submix. Make it green. Okay, so we've got our fade out submix, we've incremented, we've got our fade in submix. And then the last thing I want to do is actually set the effects on this submix. So we've got our in effects. Get in effects, I think. What was it called? Get effects. Get effect state. That's what it was called. And then we're going to need to do a for the fade in submix, we're going to go clear submix effects. It's sort of the nuclear blast version. But that should be fine. And then what we'll do is I put you down here. I'm going to put you up here. We're going to do a for each. And we're just going to add them one at a time to the effects submix. Fade in submix. Fade in submix. Add submix effect. And then what we can do is a little check if we want. And we could go branch. This will be a little check. Int not equal to integer. So ideally, these values should be the same. So this on this function add submix effect. It adds the effect to the submix, and it returns the submix effects index. Let's see, adds a submix effect preset to the given submix at the end of its submix effect chain. It returns the number of submixes. Yeah, I guess that would be -1, right? So this should be, we'll do this. We'll go +1 here. So if we've done this correctly, right? Just go walking through it. We've cleared the submix effects, so there should be no effects on our submix. Then we're looping through our input effects chain, right? This is an array. And we're going to go from the 0th element all the way through the end. And the 0th element, array index 0, if once we've added the submix, that submix effect to the submix length should now be 1, right? So 0 index, that should be 1. And so this should be 1. If these are not equal, we can print a little error, submix effect state number mismatch. And that would indicate that we maybe were unable to clear the submix effects for some reason, or something weird happened, like this value was empty, and so maybe the submix effect didn't actually, grow in size or something like that. So it's indicated something's wrong if, if these don't equal each other. Something went wrong. Okay, so this is... When we're done with that, then we can set our tick. So now here is we're just setting submix effect chain on newly active submix. And we'll make this nice and green too. And then we'll just make this a big comment. Set tick up for crossfade. Okay, and that's something else we can do, actually, that just reminds me. On our submix, not that. On our effects struct, we can add the default value for the fade to be 1. So if the user doesn't set any value there, it will automatically be 1, and that way we'll avoid any 0-second fades. That's basically what we just want to avoid, 0-second fades. Hey, Joey. How's it going? Okay. Cool. So just real quick, from externally, we set our manager or whatever sets the effect state. The effect state comes in. We mark our currently active submix as fading out. Then we increment our active index, and then we mark the newly active submix as fading in. We will get a volume jump if it's in the process of fading out. That's sort of a problem. But we would also get some sort of discontinuity because we're like clearing the effects and there's stuff happening. So here we clear the effects and we set all of the so we set the new effects up, and then we set for our tick for crossfading, and then our tick is active, and now we have our fade in submix, we have our fade out submix, and once the tick has been disabled, we might not need that delay. I think maybe we could do without the delay. Let me try it without the delay and see what it's like. But what we will do is, so we've disabled the tick. Let me make sure that I marked that tick enabled. Yeah, okay. We disable the tick, and then what we want to do is we want to set we want to mark the active submix state as active. And what do we got here? This is just doing the fades. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of the merit of an inactive state marker. Because at this stage, I'm going to have to create a new function just to locate the... Unless I did last... Oh, gross. I hate doing that. I hate doing that sort of stuff. I guess it's just an integer. Okay. Last active state. Ugh, gross. I feel dirty already. Hopefully we can get rid of this, and I'll come up with something better. Cache last index. Don't like it. I don't like it. Get set array element. Gross. Intensely dislike this. Mark. Fade out. Submix as inactive. And the reason is I'm going to make this like. Actually, let me make it like gross puke green. There we go. I'm just not sure if we need to do this. I'm actually not sure if we need to mark a submix as in the process of fading out. That's sort of the thing, is like, really, I'm not sure if we needed to even know that. But maybe we do, and so... Because we've already cached the actual submix. So I don't know if we need to retain that data, but maybe we do, and so I guess I'll just cache the last index, and then, you know, oh, I probably should have called this last active index. Maybe. Okay. Where are we at with time? Almost 4 hours. It's because we ranted for so long about UObjects. This is what we get for ranting. Okay. Update fades. Okay, where are we at? Okay, we've got our tick. Boom, boom, boom. We're updating our fades. Blah, blah, blah. When the fade is done, we disable the tick. We update the states, mark as active, mark the other one as inactive. And then, cool. Okay. Okay, so let's double check our little graph here. We say, okay, we grab the inactive, we set the FX, we flag crossfading. We don't worry about that right now because this is all internal now. We don't need to worry about that. State's been all set up. We've already done that. We're good. So, does this work? Let's see. Is there anything else I'm forgetting? I guess it's just spawning the submix pool. But I think we can just continue to use the level blueprint as our sort of, as our cheat. So... yeah, this is all broken because this no longer works because we changed this. All right, so it's add component. What do we call it? Pool? Submix pool. Oh, I guess let's just do our convolution reverb one. Our child. Creates a new component, assigns to the actor. Okay, sure. I mean, it already says self. We don't care about that. And then we'll just cache it. We'll just cache that. Cache that. Oh, yep. There we go. Okay. And then we should have, we'll do a get. We'll right click, we'll go convert to validated get. So we're always checking to make sure this is valid. And then we're just going to set the, what was it? Set effect state. Okay. So let's make a data blueprint. Real quick here. New blueprint class, and we're going to make it off of a primary data asset. Sorry, a data asset, not a data blueprint. Data asset. And this will be our Submix pool effect settings. And this will be very simple. We will just have, for now, we'll just have our struct effects. And it will be our Submix pool effects. I think that should do. And then on our demo content, I lost my browser windows. Content browser window 2. Okay. Our demo assets, we will create a miscellaneous data asset of, what did I call it? Submix pool effect settings. There we go. And we'll call this our big room. Got a big room? I don't know, whatever. And if we look at this, it's our struct. And we're targeting the, we're targeting the convolution submix pool asset. And then we're going to create a submix effects chain, which contains, we just want to contain our big, we'll just do our big space for now. What am I thinking? Effects, submix effects preset. We're going to select the convolution reverb preset. And we'll call this the stone quarry. And then I'm just going to reference this little doodad here. Stone quarry, stone quarry. Boom. Now what's cool is that this could be, there could be a lot here, right? We could have other effects. We could have a filter and a compressor and stuff like that as part of a whole insert chain that we essentially push onto the submix. But in our case, we're just going to test one of them working. All right. Okay. So, and then if I go to my level blueprint, what did I have here? Right, the effect state. And then we'll just grab test effect query. And then this will just be our submix pool effect settings. Should be good. And then here I can select my big room. Get And then we get effects off of there, and we just pass that in. And we could validate that too, but we'll just start with that and just see if it turns it on. So here,
Link it up.
it's dry.
Are we ready? Ha! Yep. Thank you.
And we just need to double check that we actually set. Oh, look at that. We've got some problems here. Access none. So something went wrong. We failed to... Oh, I know what happened. Our pool sub... Wait, hold on a second. This should be... Well, we've got our submix. These should be valid. So what we got? We've got access none. So this just means that this submix was invalid. And actually, did we get any attempt accesses? So this failed. This is a problem, right? Because we start out with index -1, and so it should have incremented or failed first. So then what happened was interesting. So let's double check our... Why did it spit out the top? Okay. Okay, so we called this. Goes in here. This should fail. Do I have... Let me just make sure we're not getting this data somewhere else. So we got it here. We get it there. And we get it there. This is the only place we grab this data. Oh, wait. Oh, we get it. Oh, wait, sorry. Get. What is this? Yeah, that's fine. Ooh. Yep, there's a problem. So what we'll do is we will reintroduce our success. Success. And then we'll just feed it this valid. If it was invalid, then it's false. And then, and then what we'll do is we'll skip this. Okay. So we will only do this part if we were successful. Otherwise, we can assume that this is an invalid index, and we will skip. Setting a fade out index. Then we will cache the last index value. There's our other problem. Because we might... Because we're trying to access this last index value incorrectly. So, I think I'm going to just try to protect in the other cases and see if we can cache the last index as index none anyway. But yeah, this is where we once again will only want to call this function when it's valid. And then if it's not, We're still good. Although it really should be valid by now. Like, this is troubling if it's not. Then if this hasn't been set yet, we'll make this a validated get. Yep. So if this hasn't been set yet, then don't do any of this. Because if this is invalid, then we don't want to set... All of this is trouble. You know, this is bad times. If we don't have a fade in submix, we don't want to enable tick. We're not going to do it. But that also means we'll want to make sure that our our fades are valid here. So let's actually, let's just do a single branch. Actually, is this a private function? It is a private function. So I don't really need to have these as inputs. I think I'm just going to do this. We'll do a fade in. It's not a set. We'll do a fade in as a validated get. Boom. 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 And then if it's not valid, we'll go here. But we will also validate before we do that one, because that's how we roll. I keep doing that. Boop, boop, boop. We'll grab both of them. Nice. That's what I like to see. And then we're in trouble. I guess we should do this. Okay, what is your complaint now? What is your complaint? Oh, we don't care about that. We'll fix that. We'll fix that. That's fine. Okay. And then is valid. There we go. Branch. Okay. It's a little bit messy, but we can clean that up later. Because we don't want to do this if it's an invalid. I mean, if it's an invalid index, then we don't need to set anything on it. Okay. So let's watch our output log.
Good one.
Okay.
But I...
All right. So that's fine. I don't care about that. Okay, so I didn't get any warnings. That's good. Then we just need to make sure we need to do a little bit of debugging. So we'll open up our Submix pool, and we'll select the existing one, and we want to just add a breakpoint at set effect state. So we're just going to go F9, and then hopefully we'll hit it. Okay. Ah, we hit it? we're here. Oh, did we hit it?
Just a minute.
No, it just popped out. There we are. Okay. Dan, where are you from? Do you mean like in the world? All right. So let's walk through this. I think we can probably skip that one because this should be false and we're good. We're reading false. This is what we'd expect. There is no inactive one. There's no last active one because this is the first time. So we're going to skip this. We don't have a fade out submix. American accents. Okay. And then we cache the last index state. And then we increment. So once this is done, we output 0. That's what we want. So now our active index is 0. And now this should be true. True. Cache the... this is... Hello. Oh! Wait a second. Did this build? Did we build? Did we tell it to build? Yeah, build submix pool. So it should have built the submix pool. So... Why... We have a valid... Submix 0, active index 0, get. Could just be, let's see. Okay, yeah, submix A. So then, fade in submix is valid. We clear submix effects. Then we've got an effect chain. Do we have an effect chain? Yup. Okay. Whoops. Hello. I got the macro, standard macros. Sorry. There we go. We'll resume to there. Sorry. Standard macros is a pitfall of blueprint debugging. Okay. Yep. Add submix effect. This. I mean, I could double check that this is valid. But did I check anywhere else that is valid? I should probably double check that it's valid, but hopefully this would do the check for me. This should spit out 1. This output is 1. They are not equal. All right. So, yeah. So now my tick is enabled. So that's the next place we'll check, because we've apparently set everything correctly. So now we just need to make sure that our tick is actually doing what we want it to do. Okay. We'll just get rid of these. Okay, so now we got update fades. And then we'll step into that. And we just need to get a sense of, oops, F9. Okay. So we've got a fade in, current value. What? Oh, why is our fade durations? Oh, fam. You know what I did? I didn't cache this value. Damn. Okay. Well, this should still work. I mean, okay. Then we got a fade out one now because this was our second time hitting that. So I'm gonna, I guess this is gonna be marked as done. But we will make sure that let's get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this. Ooh. Did I ever hit it? What the monk? This should be... This is open at first. This is funky. I hate do onces. This is interesting. Why was it closed is the question I have. Oh! Yep. Y'all see what I did? Yeah. This was where the delay would have saved me if I had left that in. And I was like, this seems hacky. Because it is. So what we will do is, once we've disabled the tick... Okay, we're just going to add a little sequence. I am going to add a little bit of a delay. Boop. You know what? Maybe I can get away without it. But what we'll do is we'll have this basically be resetter. But we'll do it with I guess we'll do a little circle here. A little circle graph. Fam. Okay, you're gonna be like that. Why you gotta be like that? There we go. That's attractive. Okay. Still should have worked, but at least we resolved this problem. Yep. Is that a validated get? What am I doing here? Submix pool last active index. Is valid. Yeah, okay, I'm checking it. Okay.
All out.
Whoops.
Phase.
Why do I keep losing focus?
Whoa.
I did the big one, right? Let's make sure well, I know that there's that one bug where I wasn't caching my fade duration, which I need to do here. Set our fade duration. And set any of my timestamps. This could be all spread out. This doesn't need to be spread out like this. We'll do this. Do I even use this? I didn't even end up using it. I guess we just do relative. That's fine. That's great. I hate absolute time. It's so annoying. Okay. Fade duration. And we want to reset our current fade duration to 0. Right? So we've got proper initialization of our time values. Okay.
Take a break. Flare. Good game. Linked. Rude.
Okay. And let's just double check that we are sending. Yes. Linear. We're sending. So we should be sending. All right. And then our effects chain. I'm just going to add let me just make sure this is audible, super audible. So we'll just do this real quick. A little test. So I'm just going to do this. And then double check our...
Yep.
Just do a quick manual send. I just want to make sure I know what I'm listening for with this effect. Ugh. Here we go. This is the one I want. Okay. We'll just send it straight to it and see what happens. There we go. So that's the sound we're looking for. I mean, aside from the... I mean, we might want to drop that, actually. It's maybe like minus 18. Okay. So we'll just do minus 24. So we know that's working. And the question is the other stuff working? Is our dynamic stuff working? Okay, so I'm going to send this back to the master. So we'll just clear this out. So this should be the normal sound. And then we know that our effect is working. And then this is doing a poor job of being a data blueprint, which apparently we can't be a data blueprint as a actor component. I wasn't aware of that. And then is there anything else we're missing? All right, let's check the fades once I'm done. So once I hit this one right here, let's see how it...
Flare.
Okay. All right. Oh. What? False. False. Oh. Yeah, maybe I should put it here. Past the gate, of course. Makes sense. There we go. So that was about a second. Okay. Can I pull this back? That'd be cool. So I think what I'm going to do is I need to debug this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say So we'll do a print. Actually, we'll do a print text. Here's how we'll do it. Can we do a sequence? Okay, here's what we'll do. So we're going to create a little debug text to see what's going on. So we're going to go submix fading in. Oh, actually, let's do, what am I thinking? Format text, and then we'll do submix fading in. FI submix fading out. FO sub. And then the only thing we want to do at volume FI vol at volume FO vol. Okay, and then we're going to make this last just for the world delta. So it's a little debug text that prints on screen. And then we'll get display name of our fade in to text. Display name to text. And then this, we'll just throw this in there. Okay. All right.
Link it up.
Well, it's definitely running through the math. What am I missing? What am I missing? Because it doesn't seem...
Thank you.
It didn't hit it again. That hit it. I'm getting effects state number mismatch. That's interesting. State number mismatch. So the state number mismatch was when... That's interesting. So we're hitting... this error. Which suggests that we are... That's really interesting. Let's put a debug there. Let's see what's going on there. So we don't hit it the first time, then we hit it the second time. Nope. Oh, we hit it the third time. What is this? 2. Why is there an additional one? It's like clear submix effects didn't work. Is it even possible? This chain. Fade and submix. It's not like we can execute unless we go through this. I have an idea. Oh. Okay, I've got an idea. I don't like the idea. Okay, here's what I think was going on. All right, fam. I've got it. I fixed our bug in my brains. Okay, check this out. This is what's going on. Let's hit the Photoshop. Where's my Photoshop? There it is. Okay. So what's happening? Man. Okay, this is what's going on. So when we say things like, you know, clear submix and add effect, this is what's going on. Okay, we got 3 threads. We've got the game thread, we've got the audio thread, we have the audio render thread. And the game thread is where all of our logic is. This is where we live. Us. We are on here. The audio thread is where audio logic happens. Audio logic, right? Like sound cues. Sound cue logic happens here. And these two are lockstepped. So they're locked to each other, but they're separate threads. And then we have this, which is asynchronous. And this is where our submix is. Submix. Here's what I think is going on. What I think is happening is these are getting added to a command queue that is getting sent over to one of these threads. And then what's happening is it's pumping the command queue, and both of these are going in the same frame. And I think what's happening is clear is stomping our ad. So what we need to do I got it. We'll clear a submix when it's done fading out. That's what we'll do. We'll clear a submix when it's done fading out. So we'll move our clear to a different part of the chain. So we're only adding submixes. This is what I think is going on. This is my suspicion. So let's go and move our clear. So we'll move this. Boop. We still only want to do this stuff if this is valid, but we don't have to worry about. We'll do the clear on the inactive when it's set. When we do this part. So now that we've marked this submix as inactive, we will clear it. Clear. Clear submix effects. I think that will fix our problem. And we'll want to continue to check this. We want to make sure that we continue to check this because it's possible we could accidentally add an additional effect without, you know, maybe we don't hit this. What if our fade doesn't end? You know what I mean? What if our fade doesn't end? So we'll have to account for that, but we'll check and see. And then also, I want to make this red. So it really pops. Let's do this. There we go. Red. Angry red. I think that's what's going on. Let's see if I'm right.
I agree. All out. Are we ready?
Yep, that was it.
Good one. Linked. Take a break. Good game.
So our close, this is some of this is our. So remember when I left click, it's the player character. When I right click, it's the red ball.
Good one. Take a break. Link it up. Flare. Thank you, but I.
So we may want to adjust our send curve so that it hits a higher value, or we have a minimum that's not 0. So check this out. Let's do this. We'll go down here to our attenuation settings, And we'll make sure that we always have a little bit that we're sending, like 0.1 or something like that. 0.1. And we can increase that. This is all about your project. So this is like a mixing decision. But
Great.
we're dry.
Rude. Good game. Whoa.
And now what we can do is we can do a little flip-flop as a quick example. So let's do a flip-flop here. So we will do a little flip-flop here. Flip-flop. Flip-flop. And then we'll just make a little selector here. Select. Boop. Boop. And then we'll do this. Boop. And actually, we can just... Ooh, the selector will let us do that right there, which is handy. And then we'll make another settings object, and we'll make this our small room. Small room. Okay. And the small room will be an effect chain that is comprised of... we need a small... Our drum... What do we need to make a drum? Oh, a small tiled room. Tiled room. Tiled room. By the way, naming scheme-wise, I have found it is useful for your convolution effect to be named the same as your impulse, but whatever settings data you use to be relevant to your game. That's what I've noticed. So our small room is going to use the tiled room. And we could probably drop the tiled room impulse to -18 as well. And so now, if we just double check, it should flip-flop between our big room and our small room with a 1 second fade.
Yep.
Yep. Look at that confirmation.
Just a minute. Thanks.
Well, I guess we hit our small room first.
I agree. Are we ready?
Our big room.
Linked. I agree.
Our small room. All right.
But
Now we're in business, fam.
take a break.
Okay. So, yes. Y'all excited? Is there anyone left? 6 people. 6 people strong. Okay. I like that it's giving me these stats, and they're only mildly depressing. The average view time is 27 minutes. All right, fam. If you're still here, you're awesome. Going strong. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do now. Now we got interesting. What we got? Yeah, that's fine. We'll kill that. We'll get rid of our level blueprint. Our manager object is going to be super simple now, right? Like all it has to do is add new pools by whatever class they come in. That's the only thing that's sort of... can we do... I haven't tried doing that. Construct by class. Construct object by class. And then it's our convolution submix pool. I should be able to do that. Yeah. Yep. Okay. So I think... Yep, that'll work. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a little manager object. It's just going to store our stuff. It's going to be spawned by our game instance. So it's accessible anywhere we need it to be accessible, right? So we'll create this little manager. It's going to be a super simple manager. We're going to keep it super simple. So let's just, I know it's, let's just, hold on. We'll just do this. We'll kill this. We don't need that. And we'll kill this for now. We don't need that. This doesn't even exist anymore. So let's kill that. There we go. Boom. Okay. What are we complaining about? Who's complaining? Don't worry about that. Okay. All right. So now we're we don't have effects, so we just killed the simple
Rude.
logic. It doesn't do anything now, right? But what we want to do is we want a simple manager object. We're going to have to make it an actor. Because tough cookies. Because what else are we going to put the actor... I mean, I guess... Hold on, let's just see what happens with our game instance here. Our test game instance. Can I even construct... Nice, Dan. Construct object from class. Boom. Pool. What did I call it? There we go. This, can I get this? I don't know. It doesn't like that, right? Can I construct objects of type? Right. As we expected. So we're going to have to just spawn a little actor in the level. I think we can do that. Let's make a little... Yeah, we can do that. I think we can do that. Quick test actor. Let's just see if we can. I think we can construct object quick actor. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Why not? Why not? And then, what are we complaining about? Cannot construct type. Construct object from class. Subsystems? Okay. Do I need to... Okay, what if... I want to do it the way I want to do it, not the way you want me to do it. So, okay, so I'll explain what I'm thinking. So basically, the game instance doesn't want to let me spawn an actor. Spawn an actor. Maybe I'll just do this. Maybe it'll let me do this function. Quick test actor. Maybe because it's this one instead of the other one. Maybe it'll be okay with that. It is. Okay. It was just the pure object one it was freaking out about. I don't know why. All right, we'll go with that. Yeah. Okay. All right. So here's what we'll do. Game instance. So on our world settings, we need to test this game instance. So I'm just going to override with third-person game mode, and then under here, I can't add it. What the monkey? Okay, well, what we'll do is we'll just add it to our project settings. Classic. Just don't keep this in here if just don't switch it. Don't switch it. Don't forget to switch it back. Don't check this in. Don't check this change in. Okay, so now we're running our game instance. Okay, and then what we'll do is this will be our submix pool. Well, this will be our submix pool manager. Yeah, boom. There we go. And what we'll do is we'll spawn this actor into the world. On initialization, keeping in mind that the what is this stuff we've got here? I'm gonna clean this out. This is some garbage. Okay. On what do we got? What are our network travel error event in it? Spawn actor from class, and the class is going to be what do I call it? Submix pool manager, and then we'll cache this submix pool manager, and then we'll give it the stuff that it wants, which I hate. I always thought this was annoying. Okay. Well, we don't care about that. We don't care about that. Okay. So this is just audio team stuff. Don't touch. Remember that the game instance is a shared space. So you need to make sure anything you go in there is definitely commented and people appreciate what you're doing. And you can even subcategorize this, as audio, so that when the team starts filling out the game instance, there's a clear section where your stuff is. Okay, so we've got our pool manager in our game instance, and now we want a zone actor. This will be our submix effects volume or something like that. And we will put our submix effects. Oops. Submix effects settings. Submix effects settings. We'll do that settings. Boom. Okay. And then what happens is, oops, we have, sorry, a trigger or collision box. And we'll make sure the collision box only responds to boop, 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 boop. We will do a custom, and we only want to we want to basically ignore everything but the pawn. So what this is going to do is it's going to make this collision box a little bit cheaper, just a tiny bit cheaper, because it's only going to be checking this one response channel. That's it. So, and we know the character cannot step on it. And we're good. We're just generating overlap events. No physics collision. I think that should be fine. And then what we'll do is on overlap, Oops, overlap. Just give me my events. There we go. On component begin overlap. Presumably, if our collision's set up correctly, then we don't have to check that the other actor was our pawn. But we can if we need to. But for now, let's just get game instance, cast to our test instance, and then we get our why did I type our? Okay, get Submix Pool Manager, and then we will validate that pool manager, make sure that it's valid, and if it's valid, then we need a function which we haven't created yet, and this function will be set effects preset. Okay, so and then it will just get the Submix effects, Submix pool effects. We'll just take the pool effects right off the data asset, and we'll just pass the data in, and then we'll break this, and then what we'll do is we need to. How do we want to do this? How do we want to store this? So I think pool submix pools. That's terrible. That's awful. Okay. How do we want to do this? I could do a set. I think the problem is that's based on a pointer. So I want to do, I think I want to do a map. Pools. Pool. Submix pool. And I think what we'll do is submix pool class. I think so. Because then we can say, hey, do we already have one? Yeah. I think that's fine. We'll get find. Right. And if we have one, what the heck? There we go. Okay, so we have a map of our pools. This is private data. There we go. We have a map of our pools. This is a public function. That's fine. Okay. Set effects presets. Boom. If we have a match, then all we need to do is set effect state and feed the data in. What did I call this? Effects. We'll call this effects state in. Effect state in. State in. So this is just a local get. And if it's false, if we cannot find a submix pool of this class, then we will add or construct object from class. Hold on to your horses. This should be fine. What are you complaining about? Don't tell me what I can't do. I don't like this method. Why do you gotta make things hard for me? Can I construct objects of this type? Why not? Why not? Why not? This is some annoying thing. Probably because it's a component. And it wants me to add the component explicitly. And component class, can I do something weird about components maybe? And is there any dynamic cast? There's no dynamic casting. Okay. What we will do... dynamic casting. Okay. What can I do from this? Let's see what we got. Get class defaults. We don't want any of the editor stuff. Construct object from class. That's the one I tried. Find by class, find context. This is some generic stuff. It's the only one. Why are you complaining? Why can't I construct an actor component? So what I'm running into is this is a it's trying to spawn an object, and whilst I can add an explicit component of type, maybe I can do this. Add child actor component. Can I actor object reference manual attachment relative transform actor component object reference. There's no dynamic casting. Cast. We were so close. We were so close. All right. We're so close. We just basically what we're doing is we're just making a little pool, and the problem that we're running into is that this is that we're creating an actor component, and this doesn't want me to use this function to create an actor component. It doesn't like construct as the function I use to create an actor component type. And so what it wants me to do is this. It wants me to do add component. And it wants me to do the, submix pool or whatever. Problem is this is explicitly creating a component. Which means I can't dynamically add components of type. Which means that I can't add our submix. We basically can't have dynamic component construction, which is sad, which makes me very sad. It could be that this is an actor, but this should be good enough, in my opinion. That is some BS. I don't think there's any good reason for that. In my opinion, I think that's a mistake. But I'm sure there is an actual reason, and it's something that I don't understand. There's no dynamic casting, so I can't just make it a submix pool and then cast it to whatever class I have. And I can't think of a way, unless spawn will let me do a spawn function, because it's an actor component. That would be weird. Spawn actor from class. I don't know. Let's see. Ugh, look at that. It's not even gonna work. They're like, forget about it. Oh my gosh. So we can spawn actors. I hate this. I hate the idea of spawning actors. I hate the idea of spawning actors. Get actor list from component with changing filter. What do you mean get actor list from? Wait, never did it this way though. What do you mean get actor list from component list? Returns an array of unique actors represented by the list of given components. What? No. I don't think this is actor class filter. I think what this does is it iterates through all of the actors based on this filter, and then if they have a matching array of components, then it spits out this list of actors that match. I think that's what this does. That's my guess. Either way, this isn't constructing anything as far as I can tell. So, hate it. I hate it. I hate it. But we can reparent this again. under actor and make it an actor type. Ugh, gross. I can't even select that. Oh man. What about a scene component? No, that's going to be the same thing. Well, let me just double check. Where was I? This guy. Construct. Yeah, it's not going to let me do it. I don't see an easy way of reparenting this as an actor. It doesn't seem... These are all component types. I'm trying to basically look. This is easy to work around, but it's hard to not hack. This is what I'm trying to avoid. I'm trying to avoid hacking it, because what I could do is I could just hard code it in. I could be like, make this this convolution submix, or I could say, you know, make a selector or something like that, and then hard code in, you know, which branch it selects. I hate that idea. I hate it. Hate it. Hate it. I think all right. I have an idea. I don't like the idea, but I have an idea. I hate the idea, but it's better than hacking. Here's what we'll do. We'll create an actor. We'll call it our submix pool actor. Submix pool actor. Ugh. Blah. Blah. And then what we'll do is we will add our submix pool. Ah! Stop it. Submix pool. Boom. And then what we'll do is we will add submixes as a public variable. Submix effect. Boom. Okay, and then on a begin play, we will set submixes. Whoops, there we go. Just pass it in. Passing it in. And this will be public. Blip, blip, blip. And then our convolution submix pool, which I think before I do that, let's change our effects struct. Yeah, so this will be our submix pool actor class reference. There you go. Save, save, save. And these might crash, so bear with me here. Let's see if it... Look at that. That is not right. Oh, wait. Here, I have to recompile. Yep. Okay. And then... these are the wrong types. Didn't I update... I updated the effects. Actor. Okay. Then the data asset. Submix pool actor. That's all that should be available. And these we'll just go with none for now. I have noticed you want to be a little bit delicate with data assets. And then we'll just delete this. Yeah, we're going to force delete. And then what we're going to do is we'll make it a subclass of that. So here's our convolution submix pool actor. We'll just move this over here. Now you crash. All right. So basically, I'm just wrapping it in an actor, and then the actor becomes a data blueprint. That's basically what I'm doing. So where's my demo assets? Here's my demo assets. Here's my convolution submix pool actor with my submixes. My submixes are my two convolution reverb submixes. Now on my manager object, blah, 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 blah. On my manager object, I can spawn an actor of class. We'll break this. Sorry, this needs to be a submix pool actor class reference. Change variable type. Yes, I know. I'm okay with that. Yep, there we go. There we go. Boom. Boom. Can we own it by this? I don't know. Maybe we can. Current value of spawn transform. I hate the spawn transform. I think that's a bug. In my opinion, that's a bug. It's been a bug as long as I've worked here. And then we will add to our pool. Add. And it will be this. It will be this. And it will be this. Hey. What are you? Sorry, submix pool actors. Actors. There we go. Yep, change variable type. Yes, 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 I know. What are you talking? Give me a break here. Find. Oh, right. No, we're gonna set effects. I forgot that we had that. Okay, this is fine, I guess. That's fine. We'll do it like that. I thought I made an intermediary. I guess I didn't make an intermediary. All right. Okay, let's just double check this. Okay, we set effects, blah, 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 blah. We have our class. We do a little class find. If it's there, then we set its state. If it's not there, we create it. And add it to our pool. And so now it is there. Ugh. Okay. So, going to our volume. There's a data asset. Okay, wait, we fixed that. We fixed our data assets. So now, let's just see. Okay. We only have a trigger on. We don't have a trigger off, which is something that we didn't really think about. But we want to make sure at least this works. So for this volume, we will set its default. Where is my default data? Why didn't I see that? Come on. Come on. Select. Boom. Why am I asking him? Is my brain? It's my brain is. It's taking so long to do this. Because my brain is like tired. Oh, because I didn't make it public. There we go. Boom, 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 boom. There we are. Small room. Now we've got our zone system. Alt. Let's just put this here. We'll go like this. Not that we need to. We're not dealing with spawning in it yet. Okay.
Whoa.
Small?
Good game. But
I don't hear it.
Great. Just a minute. I agree.
It's not working. So, what are we missing? Volume. Did we forget something? Yes, we forgot to do the thing. We forgot to actually set effects. Okay, and then we'll get the effects off of our, is valid. We'll do a validated get. Why not? We'll just get it. Valid, 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 valid. Oh my goodness. Effects. Get effects. Boom. We're passing stuff in.
Phase. Are we ready? Good one. Ha! Flare. Take a
hear
break.
it.
Rude.
Okay, so what do we got? We got some errors. Access none. That's an error. It's in our pool manager. So right here, we're What did I... Oh! Look at that. There's our problem. Right there. Come on. All right. We're just... It's just empty. We're... Okay. Good.
Thank you.
Little bugs.
Yep.
Nope. I didn't... Ah,
All out.
we hit a
Flare.
bug. Access none.
Rude. Thank you.
Access none.
Take a break.
Access none.
But I...
Okay. What are we doing here? Access none. Which function is it? Set effects preset is accessing none. So this is invalid. We're spawning our actor. Boom. Our... We're finding an actor, but not the submix pool? Set effects. Set effects preset. So this was an access none. The pool manager was an access none. What? Oh, that was probably on spawn? No. Was that the first one? No. Oh.
Great.
So that one. So we're accessing invalid. When we call set effect state, the submix pool is invalid. What is going on? We'll throw a warning here. Print. That suggests that the actor is valid. The pool is not.
Just a minute.
Did it print my... I didn't even see it. Yes, error submix pool invalid. That is so weird. Okay, so it's finding the... What is going on? Okay, something's wrong with how we're adding this. Okay, so when we first go through, we're doing it right. We go, hey, does this here find it? It fails. It goes down here, it spawns an actor. Adds the actor, caches the actor to our pool. Maybe this is failing. So we'll just check this. If this is print error spawning invalid actor. Ah! So we're failing completely to spawn the actor. Okay. So this is actually not working. Ugh. Oh. That is a good idea. Let's do always spawn, ignore collisions. And then I will probably turn off any collisions on the actor. This is the actor type, should not have any collisions. Ooh, just turn off collisions entirely. That is a good call. I like it. Sensible. Okay. I mean, it's set as always spawn, ignore collisions. We can't damage it, but we can. Oh, maybe that's it. We'll see. Okay. Okay, spawns invalid actor. What is its complaint? Pawn responsible for damage. We don't care about. Always spawn, ignore collisions. It has no collision. Why is it empty? Why is it empty? It makes me sad that it's empty. Why is it empty? Think. Oh, we spawn ignore collisions. I mean, I could do this. I could just say, like, do whatever. I mean, you know, maybe that's messing with it. I'm sort of reaching here. Can you test just the default class? Oh, that's a good check. Well, let me just make sure that had nothing to do with it. Are we ready? Are we ready? Let's try pool actor. Or I could just directly try the convolution actor.
Whoa.
That was double. Wait, what were the errors? Submix pool to initialize. That means the submix pool was built. Ah! I know what happened. Do you know what happened? I think I know what happened. Let me double check. But first, let me replug this in. I have an idea. Might be a stupid thing. It might be a very dumb thing. Let's... Where's my demo assets? Okay, that's interesting. Why is that dirty? Oh, I guess I've been changing it. Ah! Look at this! I'm not targeting a submix pool. There's my problem. Oh my goodness. I'm creating a submix pool of none. So we'll want to check for that. We'll want to check for that. Not none. Doesn't equal none. Can I even select it? Oh my goodness. Okay, and then we'll do branch. There we go. This is getting crowded in here. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I guess that would be a warning. Warning, submix pool class set as none or invalid. In effects is invalid. There we go. Look at that check.
Linked.
So we're
Phase.
so we got a brand new bugs. But this just is probably part of our refactor. So something's failing to initialize the pool. I think have an idea about that too. I think what we want to do is on our submix pool is that we're probably going to have the manager call this. So we'll set initialize, because I think what's happening is it's constructing this before I'm setting the submixes, and so it's calling initialize. So let's make this. Can I call a private function in a thing? Can I call a private function? Let me just see if I can call a private function. Can we do that? Initialize? No. So we will need to make this public. Initialize, I'm not too worried about. What is protected? I think that's just children. So I think I can just do this and go boop. And then boop. And then there we go. So this is after the submixes have been set on that. And then we can check. I think that will do it. I believe that was the issue.
Good game.
Good game. No errors.
I agree. Yep.
We got big.
Good one.
So
Great.
we got small.
Take a break. Good one. But rude. Yep.
And this is still too loud. So I'm just going to do a quick little mix on that. And we're basically there. Oops. That's done my demo assets. This is the. We can go maybe 32, negative 32. The only concern is that we didn't hit it.
I agree.
We didn't hit it the first time, right? So we're not.
Good game.
We're not hitting it the first time. We hit it there.
Whoa. Flare. Thank you. Face.
Right?
Linked. Link it up. Just a minute. Rude. Good one. Are we ready? Phase. I agree.
So the first one is not hitting. I don't know why the first one's not hitting. So once we spawned in, we've spawned in. The first one is. Maybe. No, we didn't get the text that said we had to crossfade. Which suggests. I have an idea. So, this is where we have our effect state. I think what's happening is. The first time is we're getting to here and we're failing out. Let me just print fade in submix ref invalid. I think that's what's happening.
Ha!
Nope. What the monkey?
Yep.
So that
But
that's working.
Whoa. Flare. Link it up. Thank you. All out. Good game. Linked. Take a break. Great. Ha! Take a break.
It sounds like the big one.
Phase. Are we ready? Rude. agree. Just a minute. But I... Whoa.
Is it? That drum, that tile, it didn't
Good
sound
one.
right. I think we got some sort of...
Linked. Link it up. All out. Rude.
Okay.
I agree.
Or big.
But I... Great. Good one. Take a break.
This is what
Flare.
I expect.
Phase. Good game. Thank you. Ha!
Now we're stuck. We got bad state.
Yep. Linked. Whoa. Just a minute. Are we ready?
Well, we've gone pretty long. It's basically there. It's just some polish needs to be done. We need to resolve a couple of bugs. But we have our little manager, and it's pretty easy to use from an implementation pathway, right? We just have to create effects chains, which can contain whatever we want. And the only bugs that we have right now are, dealing with the spawn in, so making sure that on init we're like detecting whatever volume or setting we've got, and then sort of resolving any sort of state bugs when like sort of quickly transitioning between these two. I suspect there's probably some bugs there. Or changing. I suspect something like changing state while it's in the middle of a fade could be an issue. But I feel like we've gone pretty far. It's very late. It's a very long stream without break, so I hope this was interesting and helpful to people, and at least gives you a booster. Like when you think about it, 5-6 hours is it's like a day in the studio, whatever, as a day of work. It could be Space Harry. It could be you could use reverb volumes, because the way that we did it is we just used an API, right? So we created our own volume, but reverb volumes are just volumes, and you can get things like player distance from volume and stuff like that. So you just have to have something. You have to remember that volumes are not blueprintable, so they're not going to have audio volumes are not blueprintable, because a volume is not blueprintable. And so you can detect if a player overlaps a volume or triggers a volume, or you can get the distance from a player is from a volume in like the level script. And that's the other thing, is like, the spawn in, we can set it to whatever we want. If a sequence plays, we just call the function, right? It's just all we're doing is we're calling a function and passing this data in. That's all we pass in. And we can have multiple groups. This is the thing. You could have your master submix as part of a group. Although that's a pretty easy one because it's usually just one. But, any group, the pool that we have is basically, allows us to rotate through a set of submixes. Yeah, so it doesn't have to be a reverb send, right? This could be something you set on like your weapons submix, or your Vox submix, like all your dialogue submix or something like that. And it could be things that are like EQs or special effects or like weird delays, right? Because this is just a submix effect. So this could be any kind of submix effect. It doesn't have to be It doesn't have to be a convolution reverb. So you're just setting effects chain, and then you're managing a pool of rotating submixes. And that's basically what we built. But we built it in a way that lets the user just set some data. So for example, different cars in a race game, it could also be used with granular synth. Well, all the approaches we've taken here could be applied to any system. But a granular synth is not a submix. All right. So I think this we'll call it, and I will bid you all a good night and recover my voice somehow, some way. Oh, all right, yo. Good night.